cutting-edge solutions is simpler as ever. Cutting-edge technologies and AI speeds up the process of the implementation of innovations in our everyday life. But the source of the breakthrough ideas has always been the human that is open to the new things. The synergy of the technologies and people help to create the innovations that change the world. Moscow Startup Summit is the point that gathers the talents and technologies, and the energy and innovations are moving towards the better future. Here, the future becomes nearer to us. Welcome.
Встречайте.
The moderator of Moscow Startup Summit, Sergei Mezentsev. Good morning. Hi, everyone. It has started. It's my great pleasure to welcome everyone who has gathered here in this new platform, new venue, fantastic venue. Round of applause. And it is my great pleasure to welcome everyone who has connected online. We do feel your presence. So, on behalf of the organizers of this important event organized by the government of Moscow and Sber, it is my great pleasure to welcome you on the first international summit on technology leadership, technology entrepreneurship and innovations, Moscow Startup Summit. I think that you can feel that we are at the epicenter of the technology entrepreneurship and creative disruption and AI-driven solutions. We have 2 days with full agenda, 5 tracks with a lot of content for all participants of the markets of innovations. I'm sure that we will be able to network properly. As our grandfather said, you know, networking is the core thing. We will analyze all the trends, we'll have a lot of great insights, and no one will be able to leave this place without the change. We would like to thank everyone. Our general partner, Cloud.ru, the provider of cloud services and technologies, VK, the largest tech company in terms of number of users. The products and services of VK help millions of people to resolve mundane, everyday tasks, and more than 95% of the Russian internet audience is using that. Sbertech, official partner, the Russian software development company, the Platform V. It's a flagship solution for the industrial applications, whatever the scale and complications. Gitverse, the platform for coding in one window, and AI Technologies, the company that develops financial and lifestyle services for business and mobile apps and digital. They also develop digital services. It is based on T-Bank platform. So let's start. All the participants to this Moscow Startup Summit. The Prime Minister of the Russian Federation, Mikhail Mishustin, is going to make a welcoming address. Friends, it is my great pleasure to welcome all of the participants of the Moscow Startup Summit on Technology, Entrepreneurship and Innovations. These events are very important for the digital transformation and the key areas in industry and the social life. And they pave the way for ensuring the national sovereignty, and they also contribute to the active movement of the new products and services to the markets to make the lives of our people easier. The venue of the summit creates great opportunities to exchange experience, new ideas, discuss the relevant practices and the cutting-edge developments. And you, as well as seasoned investors, will be able to look at the startups to scale their business. For that, we have the most successful representatives from various countries, including Belarus, China, India, and other friendly countries. with whom we develop a partnership, a mutually beneficial and respectful relations as part of BRICS and Shanghai Cooperation Organization. 70 largest technology companies of the world are known to everyone. The technology cooperation is growing. Just some time ago, these giants were formed by these creative teams that are very small. Russia has a great technical schools that are focused on results, and the people who graduate the schools are focused on the results, and they can take responsibilities and open small startups to make research in the promising areas and to create solutions, to also AI-driven solutions, and they develop these products with AI. The startups should be regarded as the future leaders in their sectors and also on the global scale. To support them on their early stages, we are going to create the stimuli to invest in these projects, friends. It is possible, absolutely possible, to become a tech entrepreneur. You have to believe in yourself. You have to be able to drive everyone with your energy and non-trivial ideas, and to motivate with the new plans to implement the innovations that will be able to change the lives of millions of our peoples for the better. I would like to wish fantastic work, fruitful cooperation, and exciting discussions. I'm confident In a couple of minutes, we will host the demo day of Startup Sber 500. We're going to look into the future, a peek into the future. Maybe some of those who will pitch their startups will become a very important part of the Russian economy. They're going to share their ideas and insights. You really should not miss that. So take your seats to be closer, a little bit closer to the future.
Ждем всех в зале трека General на первом этаже. Демо-день Sber 500 начинается. Please proceed to the General Track Hall on the first floor. Demo Day Sber 500 starts.
Будущее не приходит само.
The future does not come by itself. It is shaped by those who transform themselves and transform the world around themselves. Sber 500 is a great venue for the true technological breakthroughs and for the entrepreneurs. This is the place where startups, investors, and corporations unite together to move the innovations to the new level. Become a part of this leap forward. Welcome to Sber 500 Demo Day at Moscow Startup Summit. Participants and guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're starting Sber 500. It is going to be presented by the first deputy chairman of Sberbank, Alexander Vedyakin. A very warm welcome. Friends, it is my great pleasure to welcome you at Startup 500 Demo Day. It is my great pleasure to welcome everyone present here and everyone who's watching online. Our live stream. A couple of figures about our event. In 2 days, we are going to spend around 80 hours here. We have more than 3,000 guests. 600 of them are funds and investors and business angels. This is very important for our startups to make sure that they get great investments and exits. And we are starting, and it is my pleasure to welcome the Deputy Prime Minister of the government of Russia, Dmitry Chernyshenko. Please, you have the floor. Hi everyone, friends. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to this event. As a warm-up session, we had Mr. Gref and Mr. Sobyanin, who had a very exciting discussion, and I asked to get some data. The Russian Statistical Agency made a survey among the citizens of Russia. The question was, would you like to live in a smart city? 44% said yes, and around 17% think that they're already living in smart cities. And I think those who live in the Sber city for sure make half of this 17% who said that they're already living in the smart city. And so today you are present at the venue that is going to shape the future, where the future is going to be shaped, and we'd like to thank Sberbank for its fantastic venue. It's absolutely mind-blowing timeline that within which they were able to deliver that. It's an absolutely outstanding venue. It is my first time that I'm here, and I was really shocked to see all these high-end tech solutions. If you haven't seen that, you have to look at that and how they're building a city from the greenfield, and they use automation solutions, smart systems to regulate the climate, and all of the other solutions. And this is a great venue for you startups to test drive your solutions in the urban environment. And I'd like to thank Sber as a corporation, because they have built a conveyor for startups, and they support them from the initial idea to the global market. And I would like to say that this is not the only session. Sber is creating conditions to make sure that the entrepreneurs in our country can quickly start their business. And you know that the contracts and investments that are going to come have to be based on the platform, on the franchise, on the management platform, and the loans. All of that is provided by Sber graciously. And the fact that you have the startups here, I mean, obviously that's beneficial to Sber. Mr. Graham hasn't mentioned that, but we, as Sber and as a government and the state, are interested in your startups to flourish, to pay taxes to the government, and Sber is going to provide the services for you. We're going to have 30 startups present here today, and I had the opportunity to look at some of their products today, the exhibition and the booths. At the start of the funnel, we had around 2,000 startups from more than 140 countries. Basically, we see the map of the future of the AI economy of the Eurasian region is being formed and shaped here. And I would like to say that, I mean, it's hard to inspire you more after the panel discussion with Mr. Gref and Mr. Sobyanin. So I will give you some pragmatic recommendations that you as founders, as startups, can leverage, and maybe you do not even know about them, and this is our fault that you do not know that, because we have not raised the awareness about these things. Now, half of the teams today are startups that represent projects with deep tech, deep research capabilities, research roots. You know that the state is a large investor in science. In 2024, 665 billion rubles were spent on the research. If you fight for some part of this money, like getting 6.5 billion for your research, it is possible. You can have subsidies, grants, and state orders. And researchers do that, take advantage of that mechanism. And obviously that means that in Russia you have already some developments in your areas, and you as entrepreneurs, you are the people who can predict the future, and you can convert these research developments and commercialize them to deliver great, fantastic businesses. And for us, it's very important to make sure that the efforts of the researchers is in line with the business needs, and you can make requests to the funds by yourself, or you can use GosTech platform that was developed together with Sber. You can find researchers, connect to their team, and to work on these research, on these developments, and you can get all this leverage of the funding delivered by the state. You can also make a request on this technology platform and get to the people who actually work in your area, who actually deliver the businesses, and I'm confident that it will enlarge your capacity. And you have to know about it if you are a real investor, not just pretending to be one. It's the Fund of Industrial Development. This is a tool for startups that were able to achieve a pretty serious scale. And this fund is giving the loans with the discounts. You can get up to 2 billion rubles with 3 to 5% range of interest per annum. That means that it gives the opportunity to the pilot project to go from the pilot project to the industrial scale and actually to be integrated in the industrial chains of Russia. From this top 330 startups of Sber 500, I think 12 teams can for sure get this support. We're talking about the oil chemistry lab and predictive sensoric and many other companies. Do we have students here? Raise your hand if you are a student. Great. I think, Mr. Graf, we have around 20% of those present here are students. For you, we can give you 1 million rubles. Just like that. That's not a joke. If you follow this QR code and put your data and the PIN code of your card, yeah, well, that's a joke. So this is a tech entrepreneurship platform that we have. Every student can get 1 million for their startup. This year, we selected 2,500 startups, and it is my great wish that Sber would get these startups in its funnel and focus on some of the startups. There are some fantastic startups. For example, a startup for non-invasive detection of diabetes. Biotech, we have measured the sugar levels of Mr. Graf. Everything is fine, by the way. It's great. So they were invested to get 10 million rubles of the investments for 15% share in their startup. So that's a result. Another achievement, 85% of the Sber 500 teams are using AI. Exceptions are just a handful of teams where the value is delivered by the engineering solutions. That means that AI has become a standard of the current world. Thanks to Mr. Graf, an international alliance in AI was created. 14 countries entered the alliance. It's an absolutely global venue. Together with Sapphire and top scientists in AI, we organized 4 side sessions. They have the Hirsch rating on 15 and more. They try to predict the future. They have thought about 10 areas of foresight. These are the areas where we expect a great leap, great disruptions that will happen very soon. And if you want to be on the edge, you have to focus on these 10 disruptive areas.
The results of this foresight this year will be presented at the traditional AI Journey Conference by Sber that will take place in November. These trends will allow you to stay abreast of what's going on and predict the future on the market. We also have selected 13 leading industrial centers in the field of AI, where we have the best scientists working. They are trying to solve fundamental tasks, and they're doing this at the world-class level. And these discoveries should not stay in the labs, of course. Your goal, founders, is to convert them into products. These are unique developments, unparalleled in the world. We're ready to introduce you to these centers. I know that 5 out of 30 startups on the stage today had been selected by GigaChat for this track. And I decided to experiment with it somewhat. Mr. Graf knows this, that I like challenging tasks to set to Gigamax, and I asked him to select a personal startup for me out of the list that is being reviewed today. And Mr. Graf, well, it selected for me iHarium. It's a US-Russia startup, 2024, a service for diagnosing hair health by looking at the photo with the accuracy of 93.5. I will definitely improve their statistics. I can see there in the front row potential clients of this startup, and hopefully at the next Sber 500 I will come with a new haircut. Those who remember me from young days know that I had a wonderful hairstyle, but I asked GigaChat to spread their products across various national goals of development. The president has instructed us to work and focus in these directions. It would be strange if you startuppers would be, going in your own direction without taking this into consideration. The exercise took me 10 to 15 minutes, and then the designers drew what I got as an output. What we saw is that digitalization, development, and human health, economics, and tech leadership are completely filled with startups, but the environment and comfortable environment, that's what we've been talking about. It's good to have the environment like that because the plants will be empty. These are almost empty. There are very few startups, but the cycles are long, and the mission of Mr. Sobyanin as a sort of a messiah is to ensure that we follow the trend that will lead us to where the market is hot, where we can grab the low-hanging fruit, and that's where the quality of life is being developed for the long shot. And this is a challenge for you, founders. The state, the government creates conditions for you, but the future is going to be built by you. Don't just grab the fast market. Of course, income is the goal, but the mission is to leave after yourself a country that we're going to be proud of, that will be home to our children and grandchildren. I would like to wish you the best of success. I would like to wish good sense for the investors, and to Sber, I want them to have, of course, good clients and to be proud of, for all of us, of our tech future. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chernyshenko. And there will be a jury of experts that will be judging our presentation by startups. Let me introduce to you them. CEO and Chairman of the Executive Board of Sberbank, Herman Gref, Special Representative of the President of the Russian Federation, responsible for liaison with the International Organization for Sustainable Development, Boris Titov, Chair of the Delovaya Rossiya, non-profit organization, founder of the Youth Entrepreneurship Initiative, Alexei Repik, CEO of State Corporation for Space Exploration, Roscosmos, Dmitry Bakanov, CEO of Russia's Expert Center, Veronika Nikishina, CEO and Executive Director of MSK A, Vladimir Kiriyenko, member of the RSPP Bureau and the Business School of Skolkovo, Roman Trotsenko, President of Reliable Investment and member of an association of medical organization, Elena Brusilova, Chair of the Board of Directors of ESN Group of Companies, Grigory Berezkin, partner of an investment company, Camouflage, Evgeny Borisov, Managing Director of the Sovereign Technology Fund, Akseny Razinsky, founder and partner of the Fistech Venture, Daniel Shaposhnikov, and partner of the Voshod Venture Fund, Artur Martirosov. And our startups will also be judged by world leaders in venture industries using GigaChat. In GigaChat, we built a special agent whom we trained on the best venture capitalists, Sequoia Capital, Anderson Horowitz, and others. And this agent is going to also make advice to our startuppers, whom we're going to see in a minute. And before we move on to the actual performance, let's share some numbers. The accelerator has been operating since 2018, and since then we have received 7,700 applications from them. 900 went through the bootcamp, and 150 of them went through the accelerator. They really work well, and thanks to that, they got 4 billion rubles worth of investment. 4 billion. This is real investment from our venture capitalists. They signed 9,500 contracts with various corporations. And what's important, the average earnings growth for the accelerators was 70%, which is twice as much as the average for Russia. A few other numbers. There are a number of startups that I really like, and the first one of them is Wybidu. In 2020, they started out with a revenue of 5 million rubles, but then it multiplied by 960. So in just 8 months of 2025, it amounted to 4.8. It's a service for filling vacancies with immediate employment. X960 sales chain. It's a B2B partnership platform to monetize recommendations and reference sales. They started with a revenue of 31 million in 2021. Now it's 2.3 billion. So it's a multiple of 74. Mobi Driven, it's an automated development of advertising. They started in a very difficult 2022 with a revenue of 147 million. They thought it was a lot, but now it's at 1.5 billion. These are examples that we really liked. But of course, there are many bold and bright examples of this excellent capitalization and exits. But let's talk about this year. We got 1922 applications from 42 countries. 25 finalists have been selected. 17 of them are from Russia. 6 of them are startuppers from countries that are international: India, Algeria, UAE, South Korea, and Pakistan. And 2 startups are co-founded by Russians and members of other countries: Russia, Denmark, and Iran. As Mr. Chernyshenko has already said, and as did Mr. Graf said, almost all of these startuppers use AI, 85% or nearly 85%, and others are not using them because they are following some engineering solutions. 70% are using Gen AI or generative AI, and nearly half of them are using deep tech. That's the future we're talking about. How did the startups were trained? For 9 weeks, they were trained by international mentors in English with experience working across the globe. It was an international boot camp that we set up. A separate topic is dedicated to the GigaChat-related startups. We've selected 5 chat apps from Russia and UAE. And it is very important for me to appeal to the founders. Make sure that with GigaChat, the revenue and the client base is growing 7 times faster than without GigaChat. That's simple math. We did the comparison. And of course, the number of users is growing several times faster. And of course, your revenue also goes up 4 to 7 times. So GigaChat, it's a wonderful way to pump up your startup, dear friends. Here we are putting up the QR code of the Startup Summit. Please scan the QR code and download the application and make the startuppers, the investors and founders, people who you meet, and you will be able to contact the founders and investors. You can become partners, and investors can find goals for their investment. At our site, we have about 600 people who have registered who can make decisions on investing in startups. If for whatever reason you are not ready yet to take responsibility for the round, you can expand it with other investors and invest in a startup or another. And there will be a lot of such deals that will be diversified. And online audience can do this through the Sber Unity platform. And of course, at the end, we are going to take stock of the amounts and the number of proposals. I know the amount is quite high right now, but let's keep the intrigue going. I had talked to our partners with investment funds, and I hope that during this Startup Summit and during this demo day even, this amount is going to grow quite significantly. Speaking about the structure of the event, the pitches will be broken up in 5 industry tracks. Each pitch will be given 5 minutes, and then we'll have a break of 15 minutes or 20 minutes. We are beginning our pitch session, and the first to speak will be the 7 teams from the health tech sphere. And I wish all of you the best of health. Brian Johnson, a billionaire hacker, used the technology of the startup as he was recovered after the COVID-19, and no further words are necessary, United Arab Emirates, and the Russian founder Philip Yegorov, and UMA. UMA is the name of the startup that was founded by Philip. Please, go ahead, Philip. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Smart gadgets like to tell us what's wrong with us. Unfortunately, they don't make the next step. They do not help us with treatment of our conditions. And what this leads to, can I reset? You want to say something again? Yes. Yes. You know, smart devices really like to tell us what is wrong with us, but they don't make the next step. And they don't help us with treatment. My name is Philip Yegorov. I came up with this idea of the OMA, which is a smart breathing simulator. It makes your breathing muscles stronger, as it would any other muscle group. It's a compact gadget. It has 2 channels, inlet and outlet. OMA trains your diaphragm and your muscles that you use in breathing. It does it better and faster than with the case of other muscle groups. And if you train regularly with OMA, you would mitigate the asthma, COVID, and the other respiratory diseases, and it will improve your performance in sports, and 70% plus of our users stop smoking or vaping. The users can select one of the 30 programs for training, and then they would be tracking their progress after each session, and you can visualize your results in real time through Bluetooth. Here, AI comes into play. We see synergy with GigaChat, and by localization, we can make every training session smart and personalized. We have been developing about we have been making about $2,000 a day. We sell hundreds of devices a month. We have patents in China. We have a compact team, Brian Johnson, and the owner of Mavericks, and we're now seeking to scale up our sales in Russia. We want to have hospitals with institutes, and we want to get a registration certificate. I would like to suggest that you join our expansion, OMWA, and breathe with health and for your health. Thank you very much, Philip. As we know, it is very important in making a decision about investing somewhere is to consider the personality of the founder. It's a startup that is based on AI. We will see how the voice pitch can determine your level of soft skills. It will look at the soft skills of the founder. We'll see where the strong points are and what are the weaknesses. And it is clear that the emotional sphere is well developed, and as for the leadership, that is something that needs to be worked on. But I can be boring, and that is a good way to recompensate for that. But now we remember that. Thank you very much, Philip, and the best of luck to you. Thank you. The next team of the next startup has a candidate of science, an artist, a drone operator, a auto mechanic, and even a flying acrobat in Medicom Online, and Evgeny Bulachov will be presenting it. Just think, up to 70% of the cost of introducing a product to the market is on the clinical trials. Now they spend months to set up the systems and introduce data. In Medicom Online changes your approach to doing clinical trials. Different formats need to monitor data, and the dependence on IT companies that provide solutions for clinical trials. All of that makes your trials long and expensive. In Medicom Online allows you to act on your own without the involvement of an IT expert. Anyone can put together their trial within days. We can automate your routine operations. We can make the trial fast and effective. Instead of tens of solutions and tables and paper, in Medicom Online allows you to develop electronic maps and dynamic visits by patients, and develop various reports, monitor risks in real time. Anything you need to build a clinical trial as a one-stop window, you can do this in Russia or abroad. Our company has been showing revenue growth of 60% per annum. We have conducted a number of pilot operations in clinics in Moscow, the leading ones, together with the Department of Healthcare. We are now launching a project in several clinics, and we're part of the EMEA system for clinical trials. There's a team we have which has unique expertise in healthcare and IT, and our team, and as our system is a well set up construction set, and the market in Russia is estimated at $200 million a year, and in the BRICS it's 47 billion rubles. We're looking for partners and those who will join us on the market. Join us, and thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Evgeny. Let's take a look at the score. Excellent benevolence. I disagree. Your inspiration was definitely higher than 35%. Maybe you need to, or we need to, fine-tune our AI system, but you need to work on your passion. And I would like to wish you a very good quality round. Best of luck to you. Dear friends, please note that you can interact with our Giga Chats in an application, and the best of your questions will be announced at the end of each round. And the next presenter is Arbiolend by Maxim Kashkarov. He plays golf, and he jokes that golf teaches you to be patient, as the pharmaceutical industry does, and you can only get into the target only once. Is that true, Maxim?
It is absolutely true. In Russia and the world, there's a lot of oncology patients, and unfortunately, half of them cannot use standard treatment. It won't work. Only the high-tech therapy can work. The CAR-T therapy. What is CAR-T therapy? It's when the blood is taken, it is cleaned to the immune bodies, and then injected again. And this modified immune cells kill cancer cells. In Russia, there is a number of limitations related to this technology. First of all, foreign companies limited their access to their solutions, and those who stayed offer a therapy for 35 million rubles. These problems, as well as the other options, as well as lack of options, forces the patients to go to China or Israel or other countries. And we decided to create our own CAR-T therapy platform. It is the most safe for the patients. These are the we use viruses of the third and fourth generation, and we use Russian reagents that is much more affordable than the foreign ones. So the business model is very simple. We put our out-of-the-box ready-made solutions, and the medical institutions produce the medical product that they use to treat the patient. Already now, using our technology, we were able to treat 9 patients. They have used up all of their opportunities, and they had only 6 weeks to live. It is our great pleasure to say that 7 patients are living and have been living for quite a while, and they're in the remission status. And we hope that these figures will continue to grow. The market of CAR-T technologies is growing, it's shaping up, and it is a unique opportunity to get leadership positions. Our team has a fantastic expertise in gene therapy. We are now raising 150 million rubles to create technologies and create other technologies for example, the prostate cancer treatment and other types of cancer. We invite everyone to be part of the leaders in the cell technologies and to be one of the leaders in the Russian market. And the most important thing is that we're going to save thousands of lives. Thank you. Thank you, Maxim. And when we talked about the goals and the vision, 7 people that you saved their lives. That's quite an achievement. Right, so you need to be a little bit more emotional, as the AI is saying, and more commanding. And I do wish you luck to get more rounds to continue saving the lives of the people. Thank you very much. The founder of the next project is the leading world scientist in lipid analysis. Its program looked at 100 frozen brains, and this is not it. And Anna Goncharova is going to talk about that. Bipolar, depression. This is a diagnosis that is put too late, in 7-10 years on average from the start of the symptoms. Here we have people working among us, some of them are our friends, and they suffer from that. I represent NeuroMix, and we are the company that can resolve this problem. Currently, diagnostics, every 1 in 100 people has bipolar, and only 10% are diagnosed at the early stage. Currently, there is no objective diagnostics, and it's just some tests and the talk with the psychiatrist. This is how they get the diagnosis. We have developed an end-to-end platform that can that can use up to 1,200 unique lipid biomarkers and polar metabolites of the plasma. And the accuracy of the diagnosis is 93%, 93. The process is pretty simple. A patient comes to do a blood test. As usual, the lab looks at the blood, and our algorithm, using the lipid profile, detects the risks. The doctor gets the interpretable result and the recommendation to make a decision. Usual patients can use that, and this system can also be used for mass screening. Yet, according to law, there are some annual tests made for the train drivers and bus drivers and other things. It's 2 billion ruble market. We driven our technology using 5,100 bio templates, and we have 93% accuracy. We got the patent in Russia, and we are on the pipeline to get the international patent. We have psychiatrists and researchers who published in great journals with 20 years of experience. We now need around 90 million ruble to move it to the large scale and move it to. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anna. And AI is saying that, okay, the presentation was fantastic, just be a little bit more confident so that you can go from the startup stage to the industrial scale, because, I mean, psychological, psychiatric health is one of the top priorities, that's for sure, and I wish you all the luck with that. Thank you. Our next startup is called VRMD. It is founded by Magomed Idilov from Moscow. The startup is promising because it attracted $2.2 million using the Islamic banking, Islamic financing principles. And the CEO already made deals for 1 billion rubles. Magomed Amin, you have the floor. Thank you very much. So, everyone is facing the problem of the brain becoming older. The attention becomes scarce, memories deteriorate, and the mental health overall deteriorates. The current healthcare system can not only give effective solutions for the preventive care for the brain, it cannot even work out the collapses when brain needs rehabilitation and recovery. MD changes that. We have the AI and healthcare research combined together to develop a platform that can give you the personalized and accessible service for your mental health. How it works. On the first stage, every user should go through a test. It's the same test as in any medical institution. However, it uses the algorithms and various AI solutions with a 98% accuracy, as they would do. It's the same test, the same interviews as a doctor would do, and it forms automatically the training sessions, training plans for the patients. It's not an MVP, by the way. It's hundreds of thousands of users in Russia and abroad. We're working in one of the largest growing markets in the world, and we have several sales models. First, any clinic can integrate our solution in their product range. Secondly, HR teams and private corporations are using our solutions to track emotional state of their employees. And third, the largest one, we're working with pharmaceutical industry. We get doctors with our referral program, and we're creating this sales agent network. With the model helped us to grow by 40 times in 1 year. 40x. We have a great top management team with experience in medtech. We have our own doctors and developers. Our partners and clients are the centers, the drivers of the Russian healthcare industry and other healthcare industry. We want to be a synonym of the psychiatric help. MD is a new standard of human-centric care for your brain. Thank you. Thank you very much, Magomed Amin. Right, not being talkative. Being a little bit defiant, that's what AI told you. Should be a little bit more confident. And I wish you all the luck and all the success. Thank you. B-side, Roman Dudka. 6 former professional athletes opened startups in 10 countries. They speak 4 languages. They delivered a product that speaks 1 language with athletes across the world. Roman, please. By the way, I know that we have quite a lot of athletes in the jury panel and people who regard themselves and identify as athletes, so to speak, but so I think it will be interesting for them. 25% increase in the last 5 years was the intensity of the growth of the interest in the sports, and that means that the intensity is growing, the injuries is growing. Hello, my name is Roman and I represent B-side. Sport pays a lot for injuries. There was 37% growth in terms of the number of injuries. If you look at one match, clubs can lose up to $200,000 on injuries. The efficiency is going down, costs are going up, and athletes, they want to play, they want to participate, they do not want to be left aside. We have created B-Site that helps to monitor and plan physical efforts and physical training plans. It protects all the athletes according to the federal law 152. I'm going to tell you how it works. It's a small sensor that is connected to every athlete to gather data in real time, and more than 200 indicators. This is a pulse, the acceleration, the distances, and these data are given to athletes in real time, and trainers can see all of these indicators during the match or during some training session, and they can measure the training activity. The data are planned in the app, and in real time the system can help you get the data on the possible injuries, and based on this data a trainer might change the match or the training session. We're the leaders of sports trackers in Russia. We have more than 25 customers in Russia and in neighboring countries and in Saudi Arabia. Our customers help to decrease the number of injuries by 70%. And Dynamo Vologda has a season without industries, and they are playing in the upper league, which is outside of their budget, by the way. We plan to get 70% of the trackers and to get to up to 20% of the personal tracker market. We have people on board that delivered large sports projects around the world. We have IoT experts and even one football coach. 150 million is needed for scaling. This is what we want to raise. So join us and be part of this athletic family. Thank you very much. Thank you, Roman. I think that many of those present here would love to get that tracker. Emotionality should be increased, self-control, and that's what AI is saying. And I hope that everything will work out in your sports startup. Thank you. The next startup was already mentioned by Mr. Chernyshenko. There's a couple of people who will be interested in this startup. iHarium. Ilya Kravchenko, company is working in 7 countries, basically covering all the time zones, 24/7. Russia, USA, a hair startup. Ilya has great haircut, by the way. Yeah, hair is growing well. Please. 750 million people around the world every day face problems with their hair and head skin, and 70% can use the cosmetic products. All the others need to go to the clinics. We have disrupted the system and the industry, and we create additional value for the businesses and for these people. My name is Ilya Kravchenko. I'm the founder of the platform called iHarium for the health of your head, skin, and hair. The problem of the business is that it's hard to offer the cosmetic product that is needed, really needed. That means that the customers will not go back, the average check goes down, and the brands lose up to 70% of their revenue. iHarium helps to resolve that with the B2B SAS. They scan the hair and the skin head, the head skin, I'm sorry, and we have a personal set of recommendations and a full-fledged B2C app for the users with the AI assistant based on GigaChat that uses simple language to give you a diagnosis and to answer any question about the state of your hair. Now, we would be of interest for barbershops, the hair clinics, and e-commerce beauty platforms, B2B solutions. We have widgets, WebBot, SDK, Cloud API. LTV is growing, average check will grow. Our strength is that we give deep diagnostics to the customers. We implement that in the marketing and sales funnels without any devices. We have gone through 71,000 diagnostics. The number of customers is growing in the international market as well as in Russia. In Russia, we are the unique company, by the way, in this area. And we have a very competent team in AI and product team. We attract partners and investments to grow on the Russian market. Hair is not only beauty, but it is a mirror of your health. And AI technology is transforming this multi-billion and fastly growing market. Join us and earn with us. Thank you very much. I'm not sure that the creativity is 46%. Thinking up and thinking about such a business is 100% creativity, very non-trivial. Thank you very much, and I hope your hair will remain as beautiful as it is for many years. This wraps up our first section, and let's look at the overall picture of the founders that were presented here. It's interesting how the weaknesses are compensated by the strengths of other people. I think if you would gather all of them in one team, basically all of these qualities would be on the very high level. But we went further. The jury panel is made of public people. So we have decided to use AI assistant to analyze your voice, to analyze what are your qualities as speakers and as humans, as human beings. And we decided to compare yourself with the guys that you have just seen, and these are the pairs that we have here. This is your match, so to speak. Now I'd like to ask Roman Trotsenko, why is your match is Maxim from Artbell? I think Maxim is a very kind person, and I think, yeah, they're doing a great job, and I think we are very much alike here. Veronica, your match is Anna Goncharova. Great question. I think that she did not have a lot of confidence. It's not about you. And I thought, wow, I displayed some lack of confidence today. Well, maybe we should work on these things. Let's look at our jury. And jury panel stability, that's the thing you share. Okay, that's okay then. Okay, yeah, no problem here. Veronica, what would you recommend to your match or maybe to others who were presenting? Roman, I think that, to be serious, I would focus more on a business model. Just add a phrase, not about the product, not only about the product, why they think that they are going to be very competitive on the market. Why are they going to be better than all the others? Why are they better than others?
Thank you, Veronica. I looked at the presentations. I was watching them from the standpoint of the image of the future of our country that we would be presenting in the world. And there are a lot of candidates who are building these startups. They represent our new technological traits. I really liked a lot of them. I was looking at the expert potential of these startups, and some of them need investment for that. And so that could be a trigger for us to develop a plan of action so that we would then judge by the readiness for experts as to how to support them, but they are doing really well, and they require and deserve support to be successful. My next question is for Evgeny Borisov. You are here with Hyharium, and I understand why. It's amazing how AI determined that by my voice, but it was a really very exact hit. Looking at the image, what would you recommend to the startuppers? You need to be more emphatic. more energetic in your presentation. Make it more vivid. Business models are important. Numbers are important. That's what we report and respond to immediately. But it's very important to be fiery. And some of the speakers didn't have that. That is a skill they need to develop together. And a question from GigaChat. This is the question that won. If someone had a mini doctor that is based on AI, how would our attitude towards real doctors change? Elena Brusilova, I would like to ask you this question. How will it change, and if it will change? Right now, many doctors go to GigaChats quite often. It's impossible for one individual to have that much knowledge that the GigaChat has, and in such a quick amount of time, to make certain conclusions. That's why I think we are all moving in the right direction. Thank you very much, Elena. We are done with the health, and we are beginning the next block of pitches, which is called Industrial and Deep Tech. Those of you who had been waiting for deep industry, this is for you. We'll start with the startup that is from Algeria. The start name is Kabas, and Ibdraul Faroua is coming to the stage. Let's give him a round of applause. It's a team of 3 engineers from the top universities of Algeria. He worked at a mine and developed prototypes together with his colleagues. He won a hackathon and attracted $70,000. Now they are in Moscow. Abdraouf, the floor is yours.
Everyone. Picture an oil rig in the middle of the ocean. Billions of dollars of equipment, thousands of people depending on it, but when it comes to AI, it's blind. No internet, sensitive data can't leave the country, and the cloud tools Silicon Valley built, useless here. This is not just one rig. Entire businesses like oil, gas, mining, and chemicals are stuck of outdated tools, even though they are the ones who need AI the most. Now, Qabes builds sovereign industrial AI, which is secure, specialized, and able to run anywhere. Our virtual lab orchestrates the research and development workflow, cutting years of the journey from the theory to industrial application. Our Dalil platform, which is multi-agent AI assistant, integrates with your ERP and IoT system and turn your raw industrial data into actionable insight that you can talk to. Even you are in a factory or on the desert or on the open sea. The industrial AI market is heading toward $100 billion by 2032, and we are already ahead, executing with major players like Sonatrach. Next up, Russia, MENA, and then global. Driven by elite engineers, PhDs, and senior advisors, our team makes the impossible possible. We are raising $1.2 million to scale up our platform, expand into new verticals, and build the backbone of sovereign AI. We are open to partner with local players and start pilot together. The industrial power won't come from oil or gas. It will come from sovereign AI, and Qabes is here to lead that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdraouf. More emotion, I guess. Probably you speak more emotionally in your foreign language. The rest is wonderful, and we wish you the best of luck in how you are going to lift up this round, and I hope this is going to happen to you in Russia. Good luck to you.
Lab Advance.
Lab Advance. Evgeny Shilov, Moscow. The founders have gone the way from a university company to an idea that got rounds from leading foundations and oil and gas companies. Let's listen to Evgeny. Imagine that we could diminish the size of a chemical plant tens of times while retaining the same output. Miniaturization of tech processes is addressing strategic challenges of the country. And to fight those challenges, we need to use new technology that would make production and analytical processes cheaper, faster, and reliable. And that's why we're developing the microfluid technology. a lab on a chip, which is a small device where you can do the analysis all the way to the chemical production. You can imagine hundreds of micro laboratories that work in parallel. Some of these labs are going to be searching for new substances, some others are going to do the analysis, and others will be looking for the most successful compositions. Oil and gas, all the way to pharma and biotech. We are introducing the microfluid technologies in oil and gas and in the petrochemical industry for the leading countries, providing them with services, lab equipment, and that is all based on microfluidity. We are now working in the chemical industry, pharma and biotech. And to address the challenges in these fields, we are developing new products, such as lab microfluid systems for the automated screening of chemicals, industrial technology for the low tonnage chemistry, and microfluid systems for reintroducing body parts on chip to scan and diagnose for diseases. And we believe that if we join our competencies in microfluidity and lab equipment with the competencies of potential partners in the area of artificial intelligence and robotics, we could create an absolutely unique equipment that doesn't exist yet on the market. Equipment for automated search and screening of chemicals and subsequent industrial production. And that meets government programs of development in the chemical industry and allows us to reach national sovereignty in the area of technology. If the right partner supports us, our company could become a national tech leader in the field of microfluid technology. Very soon, we are closing the second round of investment from the leading venture funds from Russia, and we would like to invite to a partnership in our company two new companies to develop the microfluid technologies and use it in new industries. And we're confident that we're going to be able to strengthen our chemistry, medicine more innovative. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Evgeny. And let's look at your performance. And would like to ask GigaChat to give you a score. The agent that we built on the basis of the best venture capitalists, based on the use of the microfluid technology that can withstand the pressure of multiple pascals. You can experiment in 1 day instead of 10 days. The main goal is to try to convert pilots with large companies in order to get predicted money inflow, 500,000 to 500 million is the recommended amount of investment. Are you in agreement with what has been said? I don't agree. This is something that needs to be discussed separately. You will discuss this with GigaChat and those who will be ready to invest in your startup. Thank you. Good luck. Syntelia is the next startup, a team that is really dedicated to what they're doing. Founder is the leading computer engineer, the one who built the Jaures computer, and it will be presented by Alina Muhamedjanova. It's always glad to see a young lady on this stage. Chemical space is huge. Right now, its volume is estimated at 10 to the power of 60 of potential bioactive molecules. In the entire history, mankind has only studied 100 million structures. Can you imagine how hard it is to find that needle in that stack of hay that will save millions of lives? Pharmaceutical companies to develop new drugs, they spend from 10 to 12 years to do that. Huge budgets are spent on routine search, analysis, and repeats of experiments. Good afternoon. My name is Alina. I'm the CEO of the Syntelia company. Our platform unites historic data with AI, converting this chaos of the chemical space into something that is well mapped out. And that takes the researcher straight to the right molecule. They would understand what effects the structure would have ahead of time, whether it will be effective, toxic, and would know how to synthesize it and how much it would cost. What used to require months of work in the lab can be modulated and simulated using a computer in hours. Our project was founded in 2019 by a union of scientists in Skoltech, and last year we went to the commercialization stage. And we connected 30 leading universities and research and development institutions and we involved more than 3,500 users in the system, and we have now 10 commercial clients, including such companies as Rospatent, Splat, Agent, Diabetic, and Tatneft. The market's volume is estimated at $560 million, and monetization is an annual subscription for B2B companies. And we are now starting a project to enter the Chinese market. Our team includes about 30 people, machine learning engineers, chemoinformatics experts, doctors, and candidates of science. Among the leaders, we have scientists of the world-class level with the Hirsch level of 46, Maxim Fedorov. And from business, we have Stanislav Ashmanov as an entrepreneur. We are now attracting 90 million rubles as the second round, or as part of the second round. And in 2027, we will be breaking even. And would like to invite you to share this interesting market with us and build a company of the world level together with us. Thank you very much, Alina. A great pitch.
Не согласен.
I disagree. I disagree with almost all scores and AI, and just look at these numbers. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. And the best of luck to you. Predictive sensorics. And Kirill Plugin is the founder.
Вообще не только он, но и все основатели
He was in charge of the development of the very first quantum communication system at the university laboratory. And in 3 years, they developed 14 graduates and future PhD experts who are still in the field of predictive sensorics. Kirill, the floor is yours. On average, 320 hours is the idle time spent by facilities because of the lubricants that are of substandard quality. That's hundreds of millions of rubles lost. Right now, Russia only uses manual methods for analyzing lubricants. And of course, oil in equipment is the blood of the equipment. We are suggesting the very first Russian solution that can, in real time, analyze physics and chemical parameters of the oil and lubricants. And then using our own telematics, this will be transmitted to our service where the algorithms of AI will provide recommendations on how to maintain that equipment and what's going on. Based on this is the fork Camerton technology that is in the best as the basis for this technology. But we are moving on to the technology known as QSM. And this will be able to detect smallest particles in any environment. And we are the first one who is building the industrial QSM stack. Our cases include petrochemical, logistics, heavy machinery. We are entering an empty market, and we have we're going to gain up to 10 billion rubles by 2030. We are competing with the U.S. And Chinese and American companies, but we are predicting things with AI. We are the two most strong teams in Russia in instrument building and in predictive. And we have the orders from Sitmo University, and we've already introduced our first commercial product on the market. We are concentrating on the developing solutions at the convergence of three disciplines, machine building, AI, and classical IT development. We're looking for 70 million rubles in investment. We want to develop an industry standard with the certain industry. And of course, we want to work with Sibur, Fosagro, and Roscosmos. Thank you very much. Dmitry Bakanov was looking at you very attentively. And let's take a look. Everything has been well developed. It's your openness to new experience that is somewhat lacking. But once you find the new industrial partners, you will expand that openness to the new experience. I can guarantee you that. I would like to wish you the best of luck, Kirill. Thank you. The name of the next startup is Self-Manifesting Digital Materials. Nikita Rybin from Moscow will be presenting. And of course, the team are physicists and mathematicians, and they are highly quoted, and they are only in 0.1% of all scientists in the world, according to that. What is the Hirsch index that the team has? Nikita, what is the Hirsch index? The entire team, the CEO is 45. Oh, That requires a separate round of applause. 45 Hirsch Index. Tell us about the digital materials. Thank you. What is common between a medieval laboratory and today's laboratory? People. People back then and now are synthesizing thousands of various compounds and are measuring their properties. If people get lucky, they will find a way to use them. That's a trial and error method. We are offering an alternative, an Atomica cloud platform to modulate and simulate the properties of material. We're using quantum mechanics and machine learning to model materials in electronics and pharmaceuticals. We want to get closer to the future where digital design for materials will become a standard. Just recently, we worked with materials from the nuclear industry. And as we did experiments in this field, you require very expensive equipment, months of work, and a whole team of experts. By using simulation, we can get the results similar to what you would get in an experiment, but tens of times quicker and cheaper. But you can use just one individual. You can use this in industry and conductivity of various melts, a key property in various processes. And this allows us to get our results 6 times cheaper and 10 times faster. And we've even found an additive that would increase the conductivity of a solution. And we started building our platform for ourselves and for our colleagues. And we are developing instruments that are being used by researchers. We're doing research. We promote our research through educational projects. Our startup has already attracted 50 million rubles in investment. We work with academic institutions and industrial companies. We would want to scale up our development, and new pilots would help us with that. For example, with Sber and companies within its realm. Let's open new materials together. Thank you very much, Nikita. We will definitely take a look at this. And you need to be more emotional. I just need more data. Okay. No emotion without data. That's a very appropriate digital approach. Thank you very much, and good luck. We are completing our second part. And let's take a look at the overall ranking of the founders from this unit. The wick gets lifted thanks to the strong ones. Ambition, initiative, and the scale of the personality, how it has been formulated. Now let's take a look at the perfect match. Okay, that's how it has been. Let's ask Vladimir Kirienko. Why do you think, Vladimir, you are similar to Abderraouf? Oh, he's stepped out. Okay. We'll find out from him later. Let's go back to that match picture. The others are still in the room. Grigory Berezkin is a good match for Alina Muhamedjanova. Grigory, what do you think is the match about? You don't have any idea. Okay. Everything is so different. But we'll find out now. Mr. Greff, so what's common between you and Evgeny Shilov? Let's ask you. What do you think?
Ну, вот Григорий, да, как раз.
Oh, and Grigory knows. It's organic chemistry, I guess. We are just colleagues, and I graduated from the chemical department of the Moscow State University, and that's what's in common. Great, wonderful. Mr. Greff, what do you think? I think GigaChat knows history quite well. And it's probably that has something to do with me wearing a beard at one point. Okay, let's take a look at the answers given by the neural network. Okay, it's the confidence, self-confidence. I don't think it has nothing to do with the beard. And in the case of Grigory Berezkin and Alina, it's the ingenuity. You can only graduate from the chemical department of Moscow State University only if you are a very ingenious individual. What would you recommend our representatives of startups from this part? And I would like to ask a separate question of Dmitry Bakhanov, since Roscosmos was mentioned and materials.
100% needed, especially for the engine systems, because the load is really great and you have to monitor the state of the materials. Thank you. Yeah, so we're going to put you with these guys and you'll be able to talk with them. Mr. Greff, the big tech startup, what would you recommend? You know, I'm feeling myself as all these guys, you know, it's like an exam. It's like the first time within this format, the first time within this venue that is not built fully. So, you know, it's like this feeling that I have right now. So I'm still, you know, having these unexpected experiences. You know, I do understand these guys, and I do understand the challenge between that they face, because you have 3 minutes to talk about your startup that has many years of history sometimes and many efforts, you know, in front of the jury panel. We have investors here, so this is what I want to focus on. The potential of the market is a very important information. And second thing, you have to focus on what is your unique value proposition. Yeah, we had fantastic guys that were working with materials, but I was asking myself, how would I represent this startup? How would I introduce it? I think materials is just a fantastic area where a lot of disruptions will take place. There are disruptions as well. Two Russian geniuses opened Graphenta. That's a new material that is going to pave the way for many disruptions. So a lot of things to talk about here, and will be a combination of the digital technologies, chemistry, other technologies. You know, it will be a great mix, and it might be very, very interesting, very promising. So I think you need to make it more show-like, you know, and say why you are different from thousands of other startups around the world who try to do something in this area. Okay, we will think about that. Alexei Rebek, I think that you have been discussing something very actively with your neighbor. What would you recommend? What emotions did arise? I think the place and the company that hosts the forum gives you a lot of emotions and experiences. Sometimes these emotions cannot really help you to concentrate on the presentation, on the essence of the presentations themselves. But what I would like to say, there's a lot of very strong ideas that Mr. Greff talked about. He mentioned that, but I do not understand why are they different from others, you know, similar startups. What is their unique value proposition? This is something that would make me or Roman to select this particular project among the competitors. And I think the scariest thing and the most beautiful thing that in our industry, pharmaceuticals, I've been working in this industry for 25 years. 25 years ago, I started to work in the industry, and I had, you know, there was some idea, and then there was one company that decided to do a startup in this area. It was all very expensive and long, and it was protected in terms of IP rights. Now you have that thought. Your thought has been materialized. You know, we just entered something in GigaChat, and GigaChat just immediately put this idea on the back burner, and, you know, kind of took that into account. We're using multi-agent approaches, search engines even, and of course AI. We all share our vision, our knowledge, and there's a myriad of projects that are being implemented. And within this diversity of products, you have to explain why are you better, why are you unique. And I think from all those present here, I think some of those presenting did not really concentrate on that very well. What is the difference? What is the competitive edge? That's the first thing. And the second thing is that, well, I'm not a professional in many of the things that you've seen. You know, it's like in this joke,
гироскопы. Вот
Like someone asked someone else, "What are you doing?" I'm doing gyroscopes, and the person said, "I do not believe in gyroscopes." So it's like I know nothing about the professions and the areas. The most important thing here, therefore, is to catch the panel and motivate us to actually dive deeper, because we're smart people, we know how to dive deep into some industries. Yeah, anyway, thank you to our jury panel. Next, sorry, I would like to ask the guys on the second floor. If everyone is speaking at the same time, the startuppers have a very hard time presenting. Please be a little bit more silent when the startuppers make their presentations. Thank you.
и вот стало.
Yeah. Silence fell. At least it has become 50% quieter. And our third section is digital efficiency and security. We're going to start with a startup that is called Findler. Pavel Asharin. I think Pavel has to make a dramatic entrance on a bike or just swim here, because he has gone through Ironman competition, and maybe that was the same Ironman for the startup that he founded. Colleagues, more than 500 systems that we tested using penetrative tests. We have found vulnerabilities of companies and used that as an access point. 80% of the attacks start from beyond, and now every second company do not know what is their digital trace. The forgotten domain, some test services, some publicly available documents on GitHub that everyone forgot about, or some unsecure storages. OpenFindler is something that analyzes all that stats. In last year, more than 200 billion entries with personalized data, and a lot of other problems were detected by Findler. Findler shows you your system from the perspective of the hacker. You need hours to launch it. It does not need to be integrated in the system, and Async and AI algorithms are going to be integrated automatically. Something that the experts were doing manually for weeks is now done automatically in a couple of hours. Large companies are already trusting us. These are the Russian companies, and the product is supported by the team, by our team, that is in the top of bug bounty rankings around the world. We are creating a product that is going to be a standard for the control of the digital surface for the attack, and we would like to raise capital with our partners that would help us to accelerate our growth and to make the digital world more secure. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, so what are these stats? Openness to new experiences? I mean, you are not open to new experiences. So you have gone through Ironman. You certainly are open to new experiences. So that's a bit of a strange stat here. Anyway, when we talk about the setup of these progress bars that we see, we always think about a voice startup. Daria Korichkina, something that she has delivered together with her team is absolutely fantastic. This technology with the largest library of the voice profiles that analyzes the voices of the jury panel, and they see how the voice is connected to the quality of the person. So, Daria, please, you will talk about that in detail. Hello. Hello. Our voice is unique as our fingerprint. It is related to your character, it is proven, and it reflects the individualities of your nervous system. We represent a voice technology, the full-fledged personality analysis based on voice. Every one of us spend 1/3 of our life for communication, and that do not come to any fruition. For businesses, that's billions of dollars lost every year. In e-voice technology, we decrease the problem with the fruitless contact in a couple of seconds. To ensure great success on business meeting or a date, you can use this app, and in 10 seconds you will understand the type of the personality, the style of the communication, and the personality of your interlocutor. We use the density, emotionality, and all of the other parameters. We compare it with the types of personalities that are scientifically proven. This is a cube that represents all the voices. Voice is the most accessible material to analyze the personality. So in 5 years, a voice will become the same standard as geolocation. It is going to be integrated in a huge number of IT products, starting from dating to cybersecurity. Already now, a model is used in HR tech, and it helps to decrease the churn by 28%. In sales tech, we increase the sales. In cybersecurity, we look at detect deep fakes and create the voices of the AI agents that would be suitable to the users. We are better than all of our competitors in terms of understanding the voice and the how is it related to the character of the person. The global market is estimated at the level of $8 billion by 2030. From 4 to 8 billion, that's our target for a voice. We have already raised 20 million. 10 million pre-seed, and now we have a seed round for 50 million rubles to create this solution. We have a great team of the entrepreneurs and experts and developers. We are open for communication. A voice is making communication predictive and efficient. Thank you. Daria, do you agree with that? With these indicators? That's my first pitch ever, so was not very confident. I was trying to, control myself. Well, Alexander, in terms of the jury panel, in terms of the inspiration, we were inspired very much. So thank you very much. Very inspiring presentation. AI was not very accurate analyzing that. Thank you very much. Rebinder AI. Swan Chon, who came from Seoul, from South Korea. He's an engineer with the managing experience. They built a career in the corporations and created their own disruptive solutions. Please, you have the floor.
Hello. Fashion design is still stuck in the old ways. Developing a single design takes over 3 months, and by the time it hits the market, the trend is already gone. The typical design process starts with an idea, then moves to design, 3D modeling, simulation, tech packs, and finally to the factories. Each step requires different tools with endless back and forth between teams. And all that even before a single garment is ready. And of course, this kind of delay kills creativity, drives up costs, and prevents brands from moving at the speed of culture. That's why we created Rebuilder AI. Our platform shortened the time from 3 months down to just 12 minutes. Using our product is simple. Let's say you're a shoe designer. Then you upload a sketch and reference image. Then it instantly generates AI-powered 3D design. Depending on a reference image, it's going to generate various design. And you can test this on avatars. Once you like what you see, our platform auto-generates tech packs, work instructions for factories to take it into production. And it's not only for shoe design. You can do that for bags, jewelries, eyewear, sportswear, and much more. That's why our clients like ASICS love us, because we cut their production time by 60%, and in 3 months, we've generated more than $600,000 US. in revenue. Hi, I'm Seoyoung Jung. Our team brings together worldwide AI research, solid industry execution, and also global sales networks. That's why we are confident we can turn our solution into a real game changer for fashion design. We are now looking for global fashion partners and also investors to scale our solution worldwide. With Rebuilder AI, let's rebuild the fashion industry together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very impressive. Just you will be translated what you have to improve in your speech. And thank you very much for coming to Russia, and all the best to see you.
Спасибо.
Oh, bravo. Следующий наш стартап.
Our next startup is from Russia. It's called Kiprise.
Представляет его Сергей Воробьев.
Sergey Vorobyov is going to represent it. He was very much engaged in Adam Smith's world, a philosopher. He decided to use these old economic laws using high tech. Hello, there are millions of buyers and sellers in the market, and there is always a price between them. My name is Sergey Vorobyov, and I will tell you how we are setting the rules for that. Recently, we have calculated that the Russian retail loses 100 billion rubles a year due to ineffective cost policy. 9 out of 10 companies just set the costs manually, that they lose up to 15% of their revenue. And that is because the businesses cannot navigate all these data. And that means that your intuition and Excel is your tools to set the price. Our solution is one AI brain, but with 2 different approaches. With Metro, these are the huge chains. We integrate the platform for the full businesses, and for SMEs, we are just delivering this one button to understand the price. 5 to 15% of the increase of the revenue is something that our customers have already got thanks to our solution. We want to get the SME market through our partners, and, because some of the SMEs are already using the ecosystem of our partners, and if we have partnerships with them, we will have access to these SME customers as well. We have a market of the potential 60,000 customers, potential customers. Business models and technologies open up a huge potential market for us. 0.5 billion with enterprise, we are leaders there, up to 3 billion as SMEs. We are going to take that in the next 3 years, take these shares in 3 years together with our partners. We have a very strong team with up to 15 years of experience in cost policies, in sales and other industries. We raised 75 million rubles for our share in the first stage with 35 million rubles. We plan to get to 300 to 500 pilot projects, and that will be the next stage. We have become a leader on the cost policies market in retail in Russia, and we invite you to be one of the leaders together with us.
Thank you, Sergey. Just a little bit more volatility and uplifted spirits, and good luck to you, and have a happy round. Thank you. The next to speak is going to be a lady, Yelena Volkova is her name. Yelena knows 5 languages, and she's spent 10 years working in Germany at SAP, and she's already had 2 successful exits. This is the 3rd startup, Unidesk. It grew 14 times, and it brings millions of dollars of savings to the companies. Yelena, the floor is yours. Have you ever implemented corporate IT systems? Remember that pain. Perhaps you were helped by the staple by Microsoft Office. We've done it much differently, fast, useful, and convenient to use for any users of IT systems. My name is Yelena, and I will speak about how you can make your digital transformation a success. 3/4 of all implementation projects for IT systems Our failures because of the human error, the convoluted guides, and too long a wait for IT support. These are all the factors that influence the success of transformation. And the budget of the project to train the users is quite high. It's about 15% of the entire implementation budget. Our solution is called Unidesk, and it allows you to save up to 10 times the cost of developing training documents for business processes and IT systems. The analytics of Unidesk will tell you definitely where the users make errors, and the virtual assistant will help the user which button needs to be pressed or what needs to be fixed in order to be able to work and continue doing that. And everything is based on AI and, of course, on GigaChat. An experienced user in an IT system will just turn on the Unidesk and will keep on working as usual. And the package of documents will be developed absolutely automatically, as would be the data, knowledge data systems. And of course, the onboarding accelerates threefold, and the cost for developing the user documentations is reduced by tenfold, and productivity grows by 20%, and return on investment is accelerated twofold. This is proven by more than 10,000 users of Unidesk, both in Russia and in international companies. In 2024, we grew 14 times. On the Russian market, we don't have direct competitors, but even on the global market, we are standing out from similar solutions by SAP and Oracle, for example. Unidesk has a team of experienced developers, enterprise architects and engineers with an average 15 years of experience behind their belt. We've supported and implemented products around the world, and we definitely know how to help our users. Our goal and dream is to make Unidesk a gold standard. When any corporate IT solutions are implemented, we are looking for companies both in Russia and abroad who are willing to save on training and support of users of IT systems. Thank you. Thank you, Elena. Indeed, everyone has gone through an implementation of an IT system. And if you've helped introduce IT systems, you cannot have stress resistance at the level of 30%. Those who have done this or built something, they have that stress resistance level much higher than 100%. All the best to you, Elena. The next to speak will be a military interpreter from Angola who has worked at oil and gas projects in Iraq. Now they're using their skills in cybersecurity. Yuri Tolushkin, Network Trust Solutions. Let's meet him. Hello, everyone. Russia is the most cyber-attacked country in the world. In reality, we have been attacked, and they will be attacked. There are 4 well-known incidents in cybersecurity, and that have resulted in losses of 400+ million rubles a day. And do you know how much an idle day would cost you or your organization? The problem is that large companies have a convoluted structure, and because of that, they don't see the forest behind the trees. IT solutions are focusing on specific issues, but information security works blindly. Our solution, Network Trust Solution, or NTS, deals with this problem. NTS can build a map of the network covering the entire forest of the network infrastructure. On the basis of a built digital model, it will emulate changes and would forecast changes that can be dangerous for the stability and security of the system. It also predicts weaknesses in the system and would introduce rules for security policies. Most importantly, it will find the attack vectors even before they can manifest themselves or present themselves. We do not just substitute foreign-made solutions. We are creating a product which is an accelerated advanced import substitution product. We get ahead of the curve. for our domestic vendors. We have a clear traction. We understand how to achieve our goal. The volume of solutions on the market is estimated at about 4 billion rubles, and we want to take up 40% of that. We have a clear target audience. These are companies with a well-developed network architecture and structure, and also organizations that are part of the executive power agencies. Our system has been tested and tried in various industries: finance, insurance, IT, companies, and one media holding. We do not just replace the shields or logos. We are not outsourced. We are using our own developed algorithms, and behind this is a team of more than 20 people, top experts, network security experts, developers of software and programmers, including a graduate from the department headed by Nobel Prize winner Jure Salferov. We are after 100 million rubles in investment so that we can expand our network and enter the market of SCO and BRICS. This is your second pilot in managing your network infrastructure. Thank you very much. Thank you, Yuri.
Вы согласны?
Do you agree? Rather yes than no. We are calibrating the neural network. You understand this? Okay, thank you. And the best of luck to you. And the final part of this section is the one that before we take a break is the startup called Segmentable. It will be represented by Grigory Bocharov, the founder of the startup. He is the twice Ironman, a former CPO of the Moscow Exchange, who grew the conversion of one product 10 times. And he is now behind the Segmentable. And he is growing its indices. Thank you, Mr. Vidyakin. Hello, everyone. I'm happy to be on this stage today together with you. And before I start, I would like to say this. My presentation is not just about a product and our achievements. My presentation is a manifest telling you about the capabilities that the tech revolution gives all of us, and primarily entrepreneurs. My presentation today is the story of how the largest transnational consulting companies are buying solutions from a small, little-known company from Russia. My name is Grigory Bocharov, and I'm the founder and director of Segmentable. We are building a mathematically reliable strategies for the launch of new products. This strategy is literally an answer to the question of who is our target audience, what are its needs, and what channels of communication and what advertising creative approaches we can use to attract this audience. These are the questions that 40,000 product experts in Russia and about 3 million around the globe are trying to answer to get the better share of the market. This leads to the level of competition and raises the bar for introducing new products and services on the market. At Segmentable, we see that this pushes companies to introduce new products not blindly, but rather refer to their research teams or outside consulting teams. Both takes months of work and require tens of millions of rubles. At Segmentable, we solved this problem by democratizing access to the studies done by the big 3 consulting companies, making it 10 times cheaper thanks to using the superpower of technology and AI from GigaChat that allows us to automate a huge number of routine tasks, to accumulate lots of sources about the various capabilities and needs. And we've also created a very strong mathematical team, and our core can calculate the right solution out of 1 million. The market has already confirmed the effectiveness of our solution. We have now more than 100 paying customers. 2 of them are those multinational consulting companies that are using their solutions in their products and projects around the world, allowing them to earn more than $1 million a year. One of the largest and most interesting cases is the joint strategy with one of the top 2 crypto exchanges in the world, together with the with China's hegemon, we've developed a non-standard product for the market of Argentina. Looking at millions of combinations, we found the single one that allowed you to reduce the time and money associated with the launch tens of thousands, tens of times. And if you want to see whether your product meets the demands of your audience and you are skimping about the spending, come to us, and that will expand your opportunities. I'm done. Thank you, Grigory. This sounds very promising. The ability to high self-level of self-organization. I'd like to wish you the best of success. I'm thinking about how we introduce and launch products. We definitely have something to talk about. Come to us. We will for sure. Thank you. And right before the break, I would like to ask a few questions to the members of the jury. I'm looking at the body language of our experts, and I'm looking at Boris Titov, and he's sitting like this, with his chin on the palm of his head. Is that interest, distrust, skepticism, or desire to invest? I'm listening to very interesting things, and I'm trying to think them through. But I'm from the wine market. While we are confident that the quality is high, although now they are analyzing liquids with AI, that's already a threat. But from the standpoint of quality, we are growing. But finding one's customer is something that can be trickier. And so out of this series of presentations, I mostly enjoyed those that provide you this opportunity more effectively, more pinpointedly in terms of marketing. That's why I saw, as an investor, most of us here, that's where it is important for all of us to define our strategies for the future, and that includes key price and segmentable. Thank you. And what do investors think? Let's talk about the first part. Arthur, I'm looking at you. You're in the back. Yes, I'm watching this. First of all, thank you. To be honest, some projects lack in scale, because you need to look at the markets more broadly. When we're talking about billions, I would say that if it's less than $1 billion, that's not very interesting, to be honest. I didn't have enough of competition analysis in terms of details, but I can tell that many are very passionate about their projects. They are motivated, and they want to change the world and make a difference. And I identified 3 projects that I will definitely talk to, and they are interesting. Would you share? Yes. Segmentable. OMO, the first one that was presented today, and I liked VMD. Thank you. Vladimir Kiriyenko, what did you like? What can VK take out of this? Digital always leads what we do, so if you rely on digital data, analytics, and AI, that's something that's promising to us. The very last part was the most interesting for us. And a couple of comments on top of that. It's very important to show your next milestone. Sometimes they show what they want to get, what is going to be the money they are after, but they are not showing what is going to be the ultimate result. It's very important for the startup, and that will drive their development for the next 12 to 18 months. But it's very important to sync up with what the results are going to be based on the money that you will get from the investors. Some of the projects showed that quite clearly, and others didn't, and I would like to wish all of them the best of success with reaching their goals. Vladimir, thank you. Thank you, dear members of the panel of judges. Thank you to all of the founders and investors and the spectators who are here and those who are joining us online. And we'll get back here in 15 minutes after a short break. Thank you.
Ждем всех в зале трека General на первом этаже. Демо-день Сбер 500 продолжится через 5 минут. Please proceed to the General Track Hall on the first floor. Demo Day Sber 500 will be continued in 5 minutes.
Dear friends, we're going to begin. It's natural that the members of the jury are discussing the startups. We would like to request that you take your seats. Our audience awaits us in this room and online.
Здравствуйте.
Hello. I'm happy to see you again. We have two blocks of pitches ahead of us, and we're going to be talking about infrastructure solutions and AI for personal growth. Those who are watching us online can scan the QR code and transfer to the Sber Unity platform, and those who are here in this room, I would like to urge you to use our application. Okay, the fourth block of pitches is called Infrastructure Solutions, and it is my pleasure to invite to this stage for 2 minutes our founder from Pakistan, who is working in Saudi Arabia, Abid Rafiq, a graduate of the Imperial College in London, and he's in the 150 deep tech startups in the world. The floor is yours.
Quantum computers are coming really, really fast. Within few years, they are going to break current encryption in minutes. What this means, today's cars, drones, factories, medical devices, and even power grids can be attacked in no time. Application and data of billions of these devices will be at risk. At ChipExpert, we are securing application and data of these devices in post-quantum era. This is Concordia 1, our flagship chip that acts as shield against quantum attacks. It is a tiny, low-power hardware which helps IoTs stay connected, secure, and future-proof. We have three major innovations: lightning-fast encryption, very little memory usage, and super-optimized software libraries. We are working with diverse customers from defense, media gateways, and medical devices in Pakistan, Turkey, Canada, and Saudi Arabia. And we're looking to expand into the Russian market. We are chip designers, having 20 years of chip design expertise. We have PhDs from top institutes, worked at top companies. We have built multiple chips, including at Intel and Infineon. I'm Abid, founder of ChipExpert. I'm a serial entrepreneur, and I have experience in scaling multiple startups with one successful exit. We have raised $300,000 to build this test chip, and we intend to raise $2 million to bring this chip into production. We intend to work with Russian customers here to help shield their IoTs against quantum attacks, and we are looking for strategic partners to expand into the Russian market. We are currently operating in Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, and we are super excited to be part of strong semiconductor ecosystem here in Russia. Thank you.
Спасибо, Абид.
Thank you, Abid Rafiq. These are excellent results. Yeah. I don't agree with the neural network. I think your benevolence is much higher than 47%. And let's take a look at the GigaChat's comment. What is it going to say? What the agent would recommend? That is based on the recommendations of the best venture companies and capitalists. Let's take a listen. Or there's no comment, is there? Okay. The GigaChat is still thinking. Thank you very much, Abid Rafiq.
Wish you a lot of money. Следующий наш стартап называется
Our next startup is called Money Sensor. Magibiyam Suar Sakar, Russia. And the next founder will deal with the issue of unplugged iron, and all thanks to science. We'll find out in a second.
Hello, everyone. Did you know that almost 68% of people in Russia feel anxious whether they left electrical devices on at home or not, and they cannot focus? Maybe even some of you are worrying about this right now. I'm Sahar, the co-founder and project manager of MoniSensor, and here we have a solution for this problem. With only one AI-powered MoniSensor sensor, you can monitor all appliances in your home remotely with a mobile app. Unlike smart plugs, we can monitor lights, oven, and other devices where smart plugs cannot be connected physically. The sensor is using AI to detect the unique electrical signal of each home device. Inside the app, you can get the details of your electricity bill, active devices, and energy-saving recommendations. If something is left on, you immediately receive a notification. For example, even Sber Boom can notify your child or someone at home to turn off the device. We already started our pilot project with Rossetti, the largest power grid company in Russia, and they confirmed that the technology is working and meets their diversification goals. We aim to expand from Russia to BRICS market with construction companies, SMEs, and utility partners. We offer them white label solution. This is the first time this technology is fully developed in Russia. We collected our own data set, we trained the algorithm on it, and we enhanced the accuracy significantly. This is our family. Ilya Komishev is the founder of the MoniSensor from Russia, and we have a strong team of engineers and PhDs with dozens of scientific papers published in prestigious journals. These companies based in Russia, we are a Skolkovo resident, we secured 7 million rubles, and now we are seeking for 50 million rubles of investment and partnership for mass-scale production. Instead of worrying about your devices, use one sensor and get all insights you need. Thank you so much.
The system works without any internet, under any climate, using regular telephone. Most importantly, it only takes 60 minutes to implement this program. We sell annual subscription license and off-the-shelf solutions for the interests. We have been growing in 1 year by 4 million. We want to scale up because foreign competitors have left the market. Only startups are here. We have 25 projects in Russia and abroad. We have already had sales and implementations. Our goal is 300 million rubles by 2027. That's realistic because the average bill of our client is 10 million rubles. And we're already implementing AI. I have 15 years of experience in creating startups. I've had several exits, and we've had professional professors and engineers of such systems. We need 26 million rubles for a share in the company, and we're also looking for a pilot with construction and industrial companies and also with the shipbuilding industry. Glazar is a construction site without any mistakes. Please join us. Thank you, Maxim. Those who have been building, and most of the members of the jury panel are among those ranks, understand how difficult it might be, and we'll definitely talk about it after we have this session completed, because this is definitely of interest to me personally. Now, you cannot be a builder with the stress resistance of 50%. These people have it at the level of 150 people. Nothing touches them. So be friends with the builders and increase your stress resistivity and resistance. And the next picture is Fluctual. It was founded by someone who participated in the development of the Martian rover, which is now on Mars. And he gets on the stage so calmly. It's Ruslan Mananov. Please tell us about your Fluctual. Did you know that robots sometimes need to go to a gym? Hello, my name is Ruslan. I'm the founder of Fluctual. What you see in front of you is a self-driven loader robot with the software of the producer. In real life, loaders work slowly, and that slows down logistics. But if you train its digital twin in a gym, the robot can be quicker to get ready and will be more productive. Right now, robots can come in different shapes and forms. It's important to train them and coach them for different scenarios of work. That's expensive, and that's because of the complex integration. It takes months sometimes, but the experts that do this, they are quite expensive. It's hard to find them on the market. Fluxio Sim is a virtual gym for the robots that changes the rules of the game, allowing you to train any robot, and you can then move those skills smoothly. It is available to junior and middle level experts and accelerates development fivefold. Our system is a real deep tech in robotics based on reinforced learning algorithms and 2 different physical engines. It makes you a resilient and resistive system that can respond well to transfers. We already tested the nucleus. We've had the first successful release. We are getting a library of digital twins, and we have been collecting the stands for this so that we would want to reduce lack of personnel. We have candidates of science, authors of several patents and publications, and the overall experience in robotics is more than 15 years across our company, and we can therefore roll this out into the market. We are attracting 50 million rubles at the seed round for the share in the company. Let's robotize the world with Fluxio. Thank you. Thank you, Ruslan. That's a very stable profile that you got. It's all clear why you were dealing with the Mars rover and how you're training the robots. The robots need a profile like this. Thank you. Thank you very much, and the best of luck to you. The next is the founder of a startup who came to us from India. The startup's name is Edgeable. The founder's name is Jagantakit. He's got 18 years of experience in semiconductors. He published more than technical articles in 28 countries. He knows everything about chips and microelectronics. Jagan.
Hello, everyone. Think about NASA's Mars rover. When AI model drops its accuracy, it's retrained. Data is sent back all over to the Earth, and the Earth will retrain and send it again. This is wasting a lot of months. That's called edge degradation. Unfortunately, the same problem happened here on the Earth. Edge models degrade in weeks. Factories losing almost $100K for every day, and recovery time takes larger than and more than 8 weeks. Our solution is Edgeable, the world's first self-learning edge AI chip that can infer directly on the edge. Unlike a traditional AI that can use the cloud and stops at the inferencing, our Edgeable is learn, act directly on the edge. No internet, no downtime. Right now, we are building on the eMMC. Right? Tomorrow is our own ASIC chip. So we have, the market size is huge. There is a $92 billion possibility by 2030. So there is a possibility for every year 26% of increasement. With our self-learning edge AI, there is a possibility of having a 15% increase of the market size. The applications are limitless, starting from the industrial automation towards the autonomous cars and adaptive cruise control and even the geostationary areas. Edge is everywhere. So we are already live. We deployed almost 25 different models on the factories and the cars. And right now we are trying to expand our models, and we have a revenue of $350K. And right now we are trying to increase our revenue by $2 to $3 million by ARR by 2026. I bring 18 years into semiconductor industry, almost published 30 different papers and a risk-fied designer. We have a multidisciplinary team that has both AI and ML and even the semiconductor. We are right now scaling globally. So we are raising $3 million. That includes both our chip cost along with our deployments. And we are open to collaborate industrial, automotive, and surveillance companies in Russia and BRICS area. We are edgeable. We are infer, act, learn directly on the edge. Thank you.
Thank you. This is
really interesting.
Thank you.
Несговорчивость.
Thank you.
non-ability to not be amenable. Okay, thank you. You just need to know one word in English to explain everything. That's thank you. Whenever we talk about construction, I'm in charge of construction right now, the second oldest profession, and I'm asking the Tyler robot, why do they build dancing robots? Give me a Tyler robot. I need it. And Roman Tratsenko is nodding. But there is this topic that buildings need to be built not by the Tylers, our masons, but by a very good quality 3D printing. Maxim Bezrukov and his Arcot construction company will talk about 3D printing on a large construction site. We're going to be able to print your house, new house, in a week's time. Today, construction is the most technologically backward area. As a result, we have this problem of millions of homes, and there's a shortage of manpower to build them fairly quickly. Only in Russia, this problem is estimated at billions of dollars. We're changing approach to construction by using robotics and 3D printing. We have developed a very broad line of 3D prints, from digital prints to the large machines that are printing houses right on the construction site. Our solutions are aimed at building affordable and fast-building homes that will replace traditional technology, will make construction as simple as Lego construction, and we will replace the systems with robot and control systems. We can reduce your cost by 50% and turn months of work into weeks. And this is our home that is possibly going to become yours in any part of the world. We've already proven the quality of these homes. Our printers have a high quality and the quality of the surface material. And our team includes experts in construction, robotics, and business development. We have already implemented 20 projects and got 40 million of revenue in several areas. We have 4 patents. Our technology is a new generation compared to the competitors. We cooperate with the largest corporations and developers. We sell them printers, and we offer them printing services. Right now, we are attracting 40 million rubles to scale up from the construction of homes to whole villages, open a 3D printing workshop, and got 200 million rubles in profit. And join us. Thank you very much, Maxim. If you do it 2 times quicker, then you would not get 256 million in revenue, but it will be 10 times more than that, or maybe 100 times that, because it's a great problem for everyone who's dealt with construction ever. That's a good profile, but you need to be more self-confident, and you will succeed. You have to be very self-confident when dealing with construction. Thank you very much. We already built a small project for Sber Univer. Thank you. We are moving forward. Good luck to you. And again, talking about construction, the puzzle home, Alexei Gorulev. 5 companies in digital construction has already been exited. He built a vaccine factory during COVID, and he is in charge of the Committee on Digitalization and Construction. If you look at his entire team, out of the 4 individuals, they have 70 years of experience in construction and 11 children among them. Alexei, I cannot say any more about this. Alexei, talk about the puzzle house. A mortgage loan is a well-developed conveyor belt, and of course, when it comes to credits for building, that means a lot of assessments, and that's quite expensive. And at the same time, it's a market of 5 trillion rubles, private homes, with a credit potential of 2 trillions, which is something the banks cannot use more than 5% of. But now contractors don't have the access to the credit market. There are risks, and the burden was moved from the retail to the corporate part of the bank, and the issuances have become a manual process. And as we make this a conveyor belt, that will enable us to use this as an approach to dealing with the problem with the credit crunch. The banks will be able to issue credits fast with minimum risks.
We have digitized the entire customer journey. Customers, as they go through the journey, they get all the puzzle elements, and this helps us to make the loan requests, make a scoring in 90 seconds, and use 1,500 parameters to check the property, and automating it all for the developers. 2 trillion rubles will be the market share for the loan, and our solution will be, in terms of the volume, the same as one of the largest construction companies in Russia. We have a great top management team, and we can make our competitors our partners. We help people to build, and we earn at every development. The integration with the Sber ecosystem will help us to get 70% of the market share, and Sberbank will be able to give loans for 1.5 trillion rubles. That will be transparent and under control. So let's build a house together.
Алексей, как бы это отреагировать правильно?
Alexei, it's hard to respond to your speech. Let's talk together after your speech. Let's discuss the mortgage opportunities. Thank you for the idea. Because I have a couple of responses. If you become the main one on the market, then we should invest in you. Only together. We can do it only together. Anyway, all the success to you, Alexei. Thank you. We can wrap up this section, and let's look at the perfect match. This is about Alexei. Great profile. You know, I didn't need to add some inspiration here. Let's look at the matches. Looks great. Arseny Radzinsky. What things do you share with Abid Refik? That's a very hard question. I think, what would you recommend to Abid? Or maybe you could recommend to some of the other startups that you went into your field of attention. I think all presentation kind of lack the picture of the competition, because first of all, when the pitch session is very short, I would recommend the teams to focus on the positive cases of the companies that have already achieved some success. And if you could explain how can you replicate that success, that would be a fantastic thing to do. Another recommendation, I mean, we see that the companies are diverse, very promising, so I do wish everyone to be more attentive, to pay more attention to the presentations of others, and to leverage their ideas, because sometimes some of the projects are duplicated. You see that there are the same ideas, the projects have to spend, and sometimes, I mean, it takes years for the projects to mature, and sometimes they're still in the startup stage. Thank you very much. I can see that someone is writing about startups. Danila, yeah, maybe you have some recommendations, or what are your insights for these startups? I have a list of all companies. I rated them. I can say that the pitches were interesting. The overall approach to pitches, to the pitch session, was interesting, was innovative, new. I liked 5 companies in total. We are going to discuss them on the investment committee for sure. The neuroplasticity, I'm very much interested in that. Training robots, that's the future. So I do believe that if you can do anything in Russia about robots, so you need to focus on the brains and their training. This is something that we can deliver on the very high level. Some other technologies that we have seen that were very promising. One of the technologies is being implemented a bit longer than it should, but it's pretty promising. Yeah. Thank you, Danila. And we're moving to the 5th wrapping up section of our pitch sessions. We'll only have 4 startups, but the topic is very intriguing. AI for personal growth. And we're starting with a startup that is called called WeHive. It's from UAE. The head of the startup, the founder, has been working in Emirates, and he was heading the innovations department, and he is called Millet Jace Dixon. Please, Millet, you have the floor.
We unlock value through personalized media, helping your customer to react, interact, and buy your product. 40% of your business comes from existing customers. But the problem is, businesses spend too much time on too many tools to create generic content that people don't click, and also no personalization where people don't convert. And that's exactly why we have built an all-in-one conversational AI studio. Imagine you're launching a new credit card and you want to broadcast this to your customers. Now let me take you through 3 simple steps and show you how it's done. First, we create AI personas to generate videos that with custom voice, language, and tone, and distribute this to your customer. The customer is able to react, interact, and buy the product, helping you as a business to upsell and cross-sell the product. Enterprises pay $15,000 per month for personalized media outreach. We closely work with our partners at Lenovo, Presight, and Lenovo to co-sell the product into enterprise accounts. Today, we have 5 clients and 4 POCs with major banks in the UAE. We are an award-winning company recognized by the Dubai government for Enterprise Tier AI seal, starting with our days at Emirates Airlines building customer experience products together. We hope to expand into Russia to work with enterprises to explore personalized media solutions. Join us to create a future where every moment is personalized and truly interactive. Спасибо.
Спасибо. Спасибо.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very much the profile of the Arab Emirates.
It's like Arabic notes here in your profile that I have recognized. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Verbatica, Nikita Savilov. Это
Verbatica from Nikita Sagilov, UAE. Nikita was a professor of Arabic language for 8 years and decided to, why not make a startup? Please, Nikita, you have the floor. Hello.
Good afternoon.
It is my pleasure to welcome Verbatica, our platform for the corporate language learning, Chinese, Arabic, English, and Russian language. Why our project is that unique? You need to look at the fact that only 9% of the employees in the corporations can speak foreign languages to resolve the tasks with international partners. That means that up to 67% of revenue by the companies is lost because they do not go to the new markets and they fail the negotiations. Well, you should get employees who speak the languages. Yet, according to stats, companies spend up to 25% more per month for these employees. It's more expensive, 25% more expensive than Verbatica. We help to learn languages and scale. Verbatica is an end-to-end solution that includes the mobile app, tutor sessions, and AI assistants. We have created our own online platform where your employees will be able to work with the trainers. We have a personal profile with the schedule, our mobile app. I'm very proud to say that this is the only mobile app that helps to develop all your language skills, including speaking and listening and reading and other things. And our AI tutor can ask questions, can speak with the student, can check grammar and check essays. in real time delivering the feedback. We have used all the models that were developed in-house, and we also have our RAG system, and we also added GigaChat. Thanks to that, we teach Russian language to foreign employees. Thanks to GigaChat, there was a 6% growth in terms of the accuracy. We have worked with Yango Kirniskaya, and we have a fantastic team. We know how to scale projects. We are one of the best startups in education in UAE, and we have built trust and relations with Kandinsky Clement, Man Visa, Hanaf University, Mohammed bin Zayed University in Dubai. Verbatica is not just an app or some virtual school. This is a tool that closes all the language needs of the corporation. It is a way to connect Russia with China, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and other countries. Thank you. Nikita, thank you. Everything looks great. Ensuring the system-wide approach, and you'll get fantastic results. Thank you very much. Bloxley is the name of our next startup. Roman Alexeyenko is its founder. We have a couple of it has a couple of co-founders. One make games in Hello Park. The second one opened 60 training courses for the school children, and all about that is going to be discussed at this pitch session. Hello. When I was a kid, I loved video games, but everything has changed when I learned that the games have to be coded. They do not appear from air. Games became the backbone of my development in IT. TikTok and tablet PCs are used by children actively. That means the deficit of attention. We need to show the kids what happens under the screen. To educate children, in September we doubled our audience and opened 40 new sessions, new vocational hobby centers with the schools. And we will go to the international market. We need partners to work with the key children, with investors, and with the Ministry of Education. The digital reality is going to come soon. You have to know its laws, so you need to support the kids. And if you become one of the creators, you will have a great contribution and a great share to play. Thank you. Such a fantastic ending of the presentation. May you have strength and money full on. And the last startup is called Mate, and Ayush Singhal from India. A huge development experience and founder, worked in Twitter, Google, AI, scaling. So please, Ayush, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ayush Singhal. Software powers everything we use today, but less than 1% of people know how to code. What's even worse, developers spend half of their time in fixing errors rather than actually building new solutions. And today's tools doesn't overcome this problem either. IDEs lack context, fully dependent on clouds, and often ignore security. The reason? Slower development, higher cost, and more risk. Presenting CodeMate AI, which is your full-stack AI coding agent that runs on your environment. It helps you converting your ideas into working application. And it's just one aspect of it. It can help you write code, fix errors, do entire code review, all with organization knowledge and built-in safeguards. Think of it as an autonomous teammate that codes responsibly and understands the language you speak. English, Spanish, Russian, whatever language you speak. Since launch, we have onboarded more than 100,000 users across the globe. We work with companies like Intel, Qualcomm, Dell, and one of the largest companies of the world, ranging from banking, financial industries, to e-commerce and education. We are targeting $31 billion market opportunity, which is increasing multi-folds from last 2 years, ranging from developers to non-developers as well. And this is a team which is empowering the growth with alumni from Google, Twitter, and McKinsey, and advisors from Microsoft and Pinterest. And we're looking to expand into Russian markets and open to investors, partners, and integration with Gigacode models as well. We are raising $2 million of our seed round and looking for more interested people to join us in shaping the future of software development and making your language as the programming language. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayush. So, be more resilient to stress and you will success.
Yeah.
Thank you. All the best for you. Thank you for coming. Дорогие друзья, мы завершаем.
Friends, we are wrapping up, and in the end, I would like to ask every jury member to have 1 minute quick speech, on address on your experiences. What did you feel? Thank you very much. We have seen quite a lot of very promising presentations. I think that more rounds of investments will be raised. Everyone will be successful, I think. There are 4 projects that are going to be put in our pipeline for sure. We might actually invest quite a lot in them. So thank you very much. Thank you, Danila. Yes, as I have said before, this is a non-trivial session. That assessment is really something. The pitch presentations were remarkable, I think, so thank you for that. A couple of companies are going to be put in our pipeline. We're going to do the due deal and put it on the committee. And I would like to say that the event is organized at the highest level. So I would like to thank Sber. Well, Sber and City of Moscow. That is a joint event. Yes, Arseny. Yes, I would like to support that. It's one of the best events that we have ever seen, that I have ever seen. That's 100%. Advance is one of the projects that we are going to discuss for sure. Another project with ESG, I think, like the startup that is working on sensors that helps to manage homes, the control homes. And the last project that I looked at, Fluptia, I think, is a very promising project, and I think that with the proper technical expertise, we will get it in the portfolio. Thank you.
Let's listen to all of the professional investors. Arthur. Yes, Alexander, thank you. I will join the chorus of the previous speakers. Thank you for the warm hospitality. I would also point out that you've selected the areas that seem to be very promising, and you've arranged them into these batches. For example, all healthcare projects are going to be analyzed by us thoroughly, and I think we will discuss more than half of those healthcare-related projects related to that. We will discuss them with our investment committee. As for cognitive functions, we are building a holding company that will deal with that. We'll definitely talk to those who presented this case. I'd like to thank all of the presenters and pitchers for their talks, even those who are not necessarily our direct interest as far as investment is. I will definitely introduce to those who are spin-offs from our company. We'll match them. Thank you very much, Arthur. Vladimir Kiriyenko. First of all, I would like to congratulate all of the participants. That's a major achievement and big victory for you. And thanks to this creative approach, you are infecting with your ideas not just the investors that are looking at this with interest, but also a great number of people who may have doubted themselves or tried to try their hand at something else. But this diversity of projects shows that in entrepreneurship and startups, you can always show your individuality, boldness to try yourself in new areas. I would like to congratulate all of the participants, a great level of participation and indeed a great diversity of projects. I would like to thank separately to Sber for your system investing in the startup area. We believe that quantity gets translated into quality, and we've seen multiple growth in startups that started with an idea. In a very short span of time, they were able to reach the level of ruble unicorns. And thank you, and a good day for you and successes with you. We're acting, of course, with our partners, with VK, with T-Bank and other partners. And that is very important to us. Thank you very much for your support. And of course, we also act together with RBK. Grigory Berezkin, you have an excellent studio here. Thank you. RBK is streaming direct from here, as far as I know. And it's been a great event. It's quite inspiring. A lot of young people, a lot of great ideas. All of them are very cool. Thanks to the organizers. And Alexander, you are a very professional MC. I was looking at you, and I had no other choice. When a professional is looking at you, you have to match their expectations. That was great. Mr. Gref, that has been an excellent event. Thank you. Boris Titov. Thank you. Indeed, I'd like to thank Sber and the entire team of Sberbank, Mr. Gref. It was very useful and beneficial. I'm taking away from here at least 5 or 6 projects. Our project office in Abrau-Durso will have their plate full. Fashion design is a very interesting project, how to shorten the way from the idea to a shelf of a ready product and anything that's related to marketing. And of course, we are going to build homes using the 3D printing technology. Thank you. That's a deal. Veronica? I would like to thank all of the organizers for the event. It's not just interesting, but also useful. I can tell about this from my perspective. I was looking at this from 2 angles. I was trying to feel what kind of image of strategic future and Russia's place in it are we discussing. What are the new ideas, breakthrough technologies we are going to have that will lead to systemic solutions that Russia would be able to offer the world? And today's startups are developing new technologies and new areas that we could piggyback on and come to new markets. As for the strategic planning horizon, there were a lot of interesting ideas. So as we can search for ideas, and we have noted them all down, jotted them all down, and will be using that information for our planning. And I would like to wish all of the participants, including myself, to enhance our competences on presentation skills, and not just the technologies, but be able to show the rest why you are better in just 2 minutes, so without overburdening your speech with terminology, without making it too hard for the audience. Learn to really grab the attention of your audience, and that is the skill that you really need to, enhance and hone every day. Thank you very much. Alexei Repik. Thank you for gathering us all here, and especially thank you for bringing us here and not someone else. We are growing thanks to each other, and we are learning to understand what was presented here today. Some things were extraordinary, some things were bright, some things were presented well, and usually by the pictures. I really liked several projects. I'm going to say that I really enjoyed those that I don't know anything about. The ones that I am knowledgeable about, I didn't see them profound enough, but of course we will be looking at the contents of them tomorrow. I can tell you one thing. And to be honest, I really wanted to, to have my blood tested for lipidome to see whether I have an attention deficit disorder, because it was hard for me to focus on some of the presentation. It all was convincing. It sounded convincing, and the GigaChat confirmed it. But as Veronica, I didn't quite. In many of the pitches, I didn't hear what makes them stand out, what makes them better. But I can tell you one thing. You have us. You have Moscow Startup Summit. You have Sber as a friend, comrade, and mentor. It gathered us all together, you and us. And I'm talking about us, the pitchers, and the audience. It has given us a boost. Some just got a slap on the back, and others may have been given a rocket or missile thrust. So I would like to wish you all the best of luck and trust and can be confident in yourselves. Mr. Gref, I would like to tell everyone this. Thank you very much. Thank you to all members of the panel of judges. They are very busy people, and thank you for investing your time in this. I think this alone is a great investment in our people. Your comments, your presence here, the ability to socialize with you, and the assignments that you're going to give your teams to study these pitches is another important matter. Secondly, we have here 3,700 attendees. That is higher than the expectations we had among all of the organizers. And for the first summit, that is more than what exceeds the expectations on the first summit, the first day of it. Secondly, I wanted to express my gratitude to all of the startuppers and everyone who's been involved in screening them and training them. You've spent many hours, a lot of time doing that. And I'm sure that we need to study the comments that the members of the jury made so that you could, again, meet those expectations going forward. Those were very, very valuable comments, and we need to make sure that we can improve upon what we had been doing before. Number three, I've already sent data to my colleagues on 3 of the startups. I hope that they will study them in detail. We'll see how we can help them, and they can help us achieve certain new, interesting objectives in these areas. At least 3. I've seen them. Maybe my colleagues will have seen more. It seems to me that next year we would need to build a GigaChat investor so that we would train the pitchers, and we would then perhaps have more analytical materials that provides the background for what they've done, because the 3 minutes should be spent on capturing or catching one's attention. And I agree with Alexei that it is impossible in principle, and we miss that, of course, to make decisions. You would really want to hang on to something and make the decision, but that may not have been enough. So let's try next time to be within that bandwidth of expectations. And I would like to present our wine to members of the jury that was made using AI from our Mria winery. Hopefully you will be able to taste it and really give due to the quality of our winemakers and the quality of our AI. And talking to you, Alexei, as the connoisseur of wine, I hope that it will be to your liking. And I would like to wish all of us more startups, and as many as possible of them, and a lot of boldness and the desire to move forward, even if it seems like you're in a dead end. But a dead end, as Alexander Bell said, is something that drives the ability to see new doors, 2 new doors that open in that dead end. The important thing is not to get stuck in that end, and I wish all of us a lot of inspiration. Thank you. Thank you, dear friends, and we've all gathered hard commitments for 1,200,000,000, and That's already a commitment to invest 1,200 million rubles. Let's give it up for this amount, and that's a lot of money. And thank you to the investors who've invested. And let's take a group photo. With all of these startups, I would like to thank you all, those who are joining us online, those who are here at Sber City. Our program will continue. We'll have a lot of interesting activities and sessions ahead of us, including we are going to talk about how one can become a unicorn. And all the best to you, and have a great day. Thank you.
We are going to start in a couple of minutes. Make sure to take your coffee and enjoy the experience. We're starting very soon. Moscow Startup Summit is going to show you some very exciting content. Make sure to not be late.
Вот мы продолжаем. Друзья, как дела? Moscow Startup Summit.
Right, and we are continuing with Moscow Startup Summit. We have a lot of work ahead. Come on, give a round of applause. On the balconies, I think there was a startup, the presentation of a startup for the hair monitoring, and I think that everyone is getting data on this startup, or scanning the hair, scanning your hair. Do I need to use this hair scan? Anyway, we will have a keynote session, and the Russian speakers and speakers from other countries will discuss AI and tech entrepreneurship. Since we're having a lot of guests from outside of Russia, if you do not have a simultaneous interpretation device with you, you can take it to make sure that you hear the interpretation and not to miss anything. It's not just some information that we give you. No, we need interaction, and to ensure the interaction, we designed Poly. That's a digital platform, the link to which is going to be on the screen. Yep, right there. Ask questions to the speakers. I am going to go to the stage, and then afterwards, and I'm going to read all the questions to the speakers, right? And moving on. And obviously, dear startups, investors, we have designed a dedicated app for you. It's called Moscow Startup Summit. I have its features written in 2 pages. Do I need to read it out loud? I'm just going to go through a couple of the features. First of all, it's your own personalized guide for the summit. 3,700 people. We thought that 1,500 would be the maximum number of participants, but 3,700, that's something new. Anyway, you can navigate through the sections, you can ask questions to the speakers, and you can just use some other functions. You can send the investment offer to a startup. That's the feature, right? And you can offer yourself as a life partner as well. You can also find some contact details of all the participants. So that's really a manna from heaven from those who like to network. Okay, I've mentioned simultaneous interpretation. I said that we have a platform where you can ask questions. I talked about our app, and now we can move to our speaker. We are going to talk about the future readiness. Who is ready for the future? I wouldn't raise my hand, that's what I know for sure, because I'm not ready for the future. And there are people who are ready for the future and who train people for the future. Why skills-first approach does not work? What adaptation systems prepare the leaders of the future, and what will help the companies to flourish? PhD, visiting professor, CEO, and dean and co-founder. Future Readiness Academy, Selina Neri. A very warm welcome, please. Selina, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to be here with you today. Thank you for inviting me. I am going to take you with me on a very speedy journey into what we call future readiness, and whether we can, as humans, ever be ready for the future. So there are a few messages that I would like to share with you today, and I will take questions afterwards. So first of all, to talk about future readiness, we need to understand the beautiful and fantastic things that are happening in the Russian Federation today, because we cannot talk about future readiness without understanding the context in which we are living and working. Then we will go straight into the future of work, what is this future of work that everybody's talking about, and maybe there are a few things we are forgetting about this future. Then we will dive straight into future readiness, and how do we start the journey? How do we embrace the journey? So let's start with Russia at scale. First of all, future readiness is not about having a job. It's not about being an entrepreneur. It's not about being employable. It's about something much bigger, which is the human desire to thrive. And business parks, these are really important to connect entrepreneurs, to connect capital providers to entrepreneurs, and to offer the opportunity for us to go faster to market and to be supported in what is the adventure of creating something new and innovative. Therefore, there is focus in the Russian Federation on empowering small and medium enterprises. There is support, particularly, but not only, in accessing markets, which is, as you know, quite a challenge at times, especially when we are looking at geographies of the world. I live in Asia and I live in the global south because I work and live in the United Arab Emirates. Next, we also need to understand that there is a number one place that Russia is playing in the world in terms of topping innovation clusters of computer technology, physics, and mathematics. This is important because it tells us about an appetite for future readiness and already a long history of being number one in these fields. Surprise, surprise, the latest data from the World Intellectual Property Organization is telling us that Russia ranks highest in human capital and research. This is what we are talking about today in future readiness, as well as sophistication of business, which has to do a lot with how knowledge intensive we are in what we do, and of course, what type of caliber of people we are attracting. And last but not least, creative outputs in terms of patents, in terms of innovations and inventions that we give to the world. Surprise, surprise, not really a surprise, the latest data from 23 to 2024 indicates, listen to this, a 39.6, let's say a 40% increase in venture capital deals, which tells us capital providers are investing in all of us, in entrepreneurs, because this is where the latest ideas for the future will come from. And filings of international patent are also up 4%. So this context is absolutely conducive to future readiness, particularly when one of our hosts, Sber, is the number one company and brand out of 5,000 in Russia, recognized for its highest global brand value. So it is a great environment to discover future readiness. So let's start with the future of work. There's a lot of talk about it. There are many people who sell hot air. They promise to make you ready for the future. They promise to understand what the future of work will look like. But in reality, let's be very honest, we don't really know what the future of work will look like, but we have a certain idea from research of a direction that this future is taking. When we think about the future of work, we think fundamentally about technology. Future skills as digital skills, but this is only one part of the future of work. And I invite you with me, and then later in a session after me, we're going to talk about something very important, which is not only the future of education, we used to talk about it also over 100 years ago, but also what it means to learn in the future of work. In the 1970s, we discovered something important, a prediction that in this century where we live, the people who are illiterate will no longer be those who cannot read or write, as it has been for centuries in our history, but those who cannot learn unlearn and relearn. And let me tell you, learning is easier than unlearning. Unlearning means I have to forget ways of doing things. I've always done it this way. It will work out. I've learned it this way. Let's keep going. And relearning something new. I personally have been in this business for a very long time. And it is interesting to see that we humans keep on struggling with this. So let's get on and let's crack this idea of the future of work. In reality, it is a perspective, an informed perspective of how work is changing under the effect and the influence of a number of trends, one of which is technology, AI, augmented intelligence. But there are two others that we forget, which are very important because they map out what it means for humans, for us, for our teams, for our organization, for our countries to embrace future readiness. The number one important trend that we are forgetting is the future of life. There is no work if there is no life, right? So what is happening to our life? We are set up to live longer and better and healthier. And this is not only important because we will have the pleasure and joy to be alive for longer and live a quality of life, but it is very important because it is changing the way we work. I have news for you, and I don't want you to get depressed, but we will work, all of us, into our 60s, 70s, 80s. So this idea that after a certain stage in life we are retiring is completely being disrupted, and we are embracing the famous 100-year life. I'm all for it. I already signed up, and I ask for a bit of grace from above to keep me healthy for 100 years. So there are several streams of research that exist, and we will discover some of them later on, in particularly the very famous book on the 100-year life, and last but not least, longevity. So what does it mean to look at the impact of longevity to understand the future of work? It means that we are changing, profoundly changing, the way we look at education, the way we look at careers, the way we look at retirement, and the way we look at a life and health span during which I will continue to be productive. So I learned a few years ago a word that I have no way to translate in any language I speak. It's called Newtony. Newtony. And Newtony is about retaining in adult life characteristics of when we were very young. And I don't speak about face or body shape. I'm referring to flexibility and adaptability. Think about our children. They play around, they make mistakes, they get up, they change the way they think, they ask questions without being very afraid of answers they might get. So Newtony is a part of evolutionary biology that describes how we adults need to not go skateboarding when we are 70s, but retain this mental flexibility and agility to be able to remain relevant, to be able to build teams that change the game, to be able to attract capital as entrepreneurs, and of course, to deliver value. Let's go straight into the following. On the left-hand side, you see a straight line. This is the system that we are still operating in. I am born, I get some form of education, I work, and I retire. This system has been with us since humanity came into existence. But this system is being disrupted. So I can no longer think of 4 stages as a straight line. The disruption comes from the fact that in the 100-year life, I am working longer and I am working differently. So the circles that you see are those very famous life loops. Everybody today, here with me, we are in a loop. We are learning, we are living, and we are working. And life will become a series of loops that we need to transition from and to. It's a very different mindset and perspective vis-à-vis birth, education, career, and retirement. So the interesting bit is that we don't really teach in schools or in universities or in vocational education transitioning skills. So it's something we need to catch up on, because transitioning means pivoting. Transitioning means I can be an entrepreneur for the next 5 years and then go and join a completely different industry and work in a completely different environment, as long as I have the muscle, we come to this in a second, of future readiness, and as long as I take care of that muscle. So this means that my life in loops requires something that all of you entrepreneurs know how to do very well. We know how to experiment. Experimentation is the currency of the future of work and of future readiness. Now, when we experiment, we don't really have all the answers. We also don't know what will come out of the experimentation. We kind of have an idea, and we need to become better in accepting that an experiment might not work, and I might need 10 of them before I find the next big solution to humanity's problem or big breakthrough innovation. So remember for a moment experimentation. So fundamentally, this future of work is about, number one, learning to collaborate with technology and to be augmented by technology. So much in the press is about losing job, being displaced. I don't believe any of that, because technology will allow us to do new things, better things, and to, of course, collaborate with what is available today in terms of augmented intelligence and where AI is going. But also, we know that in the future, we will live in a world of work without jobs. What does that mean? Work without jobs. Jobs are descriptions of what someone does, maybe formalized, sometimes not formalized, and everybody has a role to play. That system will be disrupted. So if we disrupt that system, what are we left with? All of us here, all of us upstairs, we are all in one type of business. We all are in the business of solving problems. So problem-solving skills and competencies are a key bit of future readiness. And if I can solve problems, I can move from one problem to the other, as long as the approach and the art of problem-solving is the right one. We also speak a lot about talent fluidity in the future of work. And I disagree with those who understand the fluidity as part-time work, gig work, freelance work. We have had that for a very long time. It's nothing new. Fluidity is about seeing ourselves and seeing people in an organization as fluidly move from one area to the other. The fact that, for instance, one of you might have been in quality control for a long time or an expert in human capital development does not mean you need to stay in that area for life. Transitioning through loops also means fluidity of using talent. So if I look at an organization or my team and I say, I don't really need to rush and hire people. I need to first look at what I have around the table and how people can transition with problem-solving skills and competencies from one area to the other. And last but not least, I advocate, and the Future Readiness Academy with me, to go beyond skills. And now you will say, but there's a lot of emphasis on skills. Why are you telling me to go beyond skills? Well, because skills are important, but it's only one aspect of future readiness. So let's talk about this beast. what is future readiness? It is the human side of being ready for the future. Think of it as a muscle, or think of it as a DNA that we build through life. Not we born with, we build through life. It is the defining characteristic of people built, not born, built to thrive in the future of work. So how do I embrace future readiness, and what does it mean in day-to-day life and business life? So let's start by talking about something that we know from biology. For a very long time, we thought that the human DNA is static. I'm born with it, I'll die with it. Now we know it is plastic, meaning it moves and it changes to allow me to survive new circumstances. The same is for the DNA of future readiness. We know that this set of characteristics, which I will share with you in a moment, is moving because the world around us is moving, technology is moving, longevity is moving. So I need to keep the muscle ready to embrace different types of problems and opportunities to solve. Why does it matter, all of this? Why are you taking a few minutes of your time to join me on this conversation? It matters because future readiness, we know in research, gives and can give all of us and our organizations a structure to approach the journey of future readiness and to build people who thrive in the future rather than survive or having a job. The creation of value in business today is very much linked to a team of people who is thriving, not just surviving or not just being employed. There is also something else, the third element that triggers a very different view of the future of work next to the future of life. All of us want to live happy and fulfilled lives. Nobody wants to be a slave to work. So the quest for purpose, why am I in this life? What is my life about? Is a very important driver, not only of the young generation. I have news for you. I am not a Gen Z, and I have the same quest for purpose. And when I show you the framework, you will understand where we are coming from. So how do I embrace this future readiness, this building a DNA for my organization, my small team, myself, that will allow me to thrive in the future? Where do I start concretely? How do we look at this? So there are a few important things. What I'm sharing here today is, by the way, I forgot to tell you at the beginning, all of this is becoming part of a book that I am writing, a book that will be available also in Russian language from September of next year. So this framework, maybe in a few months, will change because the context around us keeps changing. But for now, we know that future readiness, this muscle, has 6 components. First of all, skills. Competencies, meaning the skills and the behavior. I need to behave with the skills, right? Not the skills alone. This is well known. A lot of money is being invested in hiring talent, developing talent with a focus on skills. Professionals are investing money in remaining skilled for the future. So there's a lot of focus on skills, 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 particularly future skills. But we are seeing in research globally that skills aren't enough. Why? Because the world is too complex and fast-moving, and we need and we want to better understand how we can live a happy and fulfilled life. So if that is my game, then I need to go beyond skills and discover for myself and for other people something else. And here is something that, when I discovered this, it was really mind-blowing. The second component of future readiness is experience. Not work experience, not work experience, life experience. Life experience, experience with countries, cultures, languages, people, music, the arts, philosophy, history, whatever is my life outside of work. So today, for instance, I have many Gen Z people who come to me and they say, should I go and do a master degree at this stage in my life, or should I go and visit and see the world and be away for a year? And I said, well, you can do both, but if you want to directly be employable in the future, build and sell your experience outside of work. Why? Why is it important? Not just because we want to have fun and discover the world. It is important because it signals character. It signals gravitas. It signals that we are well-rounded humans. And why do I need to be a well-rounded human? The more I use AI, the more I need human skills. That's the equation. So experience out of work, very important. If we are recruiting people and we are not looking at experience out of work, we are missing a big part of this talent. Next, drivers. What is it that I care about, values, and what is it that is of interest to me? Imagine asking this question to all your employees and to ourselves first. Number one, not many people take the time to ask this question about themselves. And also when we do, the answer changes. It changes over time. My interests when I was 20 are very different than my interests now. Imagine asking this question to a group of people we are working with. So we are going deeper. Why? Why do I care about values and interests? Because they drive attention. And where attention goes, action will take place. So that's why we need to look at that. The next one is preferences. There is no point, for instance, in pushing someone to learn how to code, something that already AI can do for us, when this isn't what they want. This isn't how they see themselves in the future. So we need to understand preferences, how I like to live, to work, and to learn, and how my team likes to live, learn, and work. Because if I know it for myself and for others, I will make choices in my loop that make me happy. Not just employed, because I want to thrive, right? That's the goal. We are understanding how to thrive. So preferences are important. Now, at times, we need to cut compromises, right? So that's part of professional development as well. But in today's world, people want to thrive. We are fed up with surviving in jobs and just being employed. The next one, very important, particularly in the world of technology, is influence. It's fantastic that I might have a great set of skills, a great set of well-rounded talent. I know my place, I know what I want to do, and I am unable to influence behaviors of others, decisions of others, ways of thinking. Influence not as a manipulation, influence as a positive way of taking people with us on a journey, and eventually having an effect on decisions and actions that shape entrepreneurs, shape countries, shape governments. The next one is also something that for a long time we have looked at potential as high potential, high performer today, high performer tomorrow. And many organizations are not seeing the high potential becoming high potential. Why? Because today we need a different way of looking at human potential. One that has two things that are more important than even performing, because if I have them, I will perform. One is adaptability. Do you remember Newton? Retention in adult life of characteristics of younger life? Adaptability, being able to adapt to anything and everything that can come in my industry, in my team, in my markets, and in terms of capital development. And the other one, very important, having the ambition, because I need to want it, to deal with more complex things as I develop my seniority. So understanding whether people have ambition for more complex problems to solve is fundamental, together with to what extent they can adapt, to get them to high potential and understand how ready they are for the future. So these six, at the moment are the characteristics that define this DNA of future readiness. And the work I do is very much linked to helping students, organizations, and countries to understand how do I know what's behind this framework in my team, in my organization, for myself, and how do I keep an eye on how these things develop as I go beyond skills. Because if I do that, I will be further down the road of thriving. This is why this is important. Let's go to something else that I wanted to share with you. And here we come to, I think, a few pieces that will be even more thought-provoking. Often people ask me, what is future readiness? Is it about going and doing a training, a skill development, a one thing, a one certificate, a one piece of diploma? And the answer is no. It isn't as easy. It isn't about one intervention, one accomplishment. It is about sticking with it, embracing the journey and the constant, what we call lifelong learning. Albert Einstein used to say, commit to lifelong learning, because our mind is our biggest asset. And what we put into our mind allows us to use this biggest asset. So future readiness is about committing to the journey lifelong. So we spoke about the future of life. We need to talk about a couple of other things that are very important. Let's talk about the famous topic, everybody loves it, of generations, and the fact that in future readiness we don't care about any of this. I have people, myself as an entrepreneur, at times I go crazy about why is it so difficult to work with this type of generation? How can I use talent that I have around the table in my team from different demographics and get them to be a game-changing team? So we human beings at times need structure around things. So we like to look at people according to when they were born. And this is much a problem. So look at this. By the way, I'm giving you the hint. I am a Gen X in the middle of this much more famous than me people. So let's start from the beginning. Builders as the generation of people born before 1946. Today, they might no longer be active in work. Very soon, in the future of life and work, they will be active differently at work. These are very often the type of employees, entrepreneurs, and workers who have a lot of knowledge because they've been in the business, they've been in the industry for a long time. Then we have the famous baby boomers, those roughly born between 46 and 64. Then we have Gen X, those born between 65 and 79. And then we start to discover the millennials, those born into the 80s and up to 94. The very famous Gen Z, and I'm sure there are many of those here also today. So 95 roughly until 2009. And then we have Gen Alpha, the children that were born between 2010 and 25. Every baby born from January of 2025 belongs to a new generation that we like to call bears, like the teddy bear, bears. Now, let's not talk about why there are these names. The fundamental message is in future readiness, we cannot work like this. Because looking at when we were born as a stamp of approval that I belong to a group of people is very wrong. We have spoken about the importance of mindset, retaining young characteristics of flexibility and adaptability in adult life. So why are people looking at Gen Z as a group of people with some characteristics? Why are we looking at millennials or Gen X as people who are older, people who love to do certain things, who operate in a certain way. I am a Gen X, and I care a lot about things that we typically associate with Gen Z. I want variety. I strive not for work-life balance, because that is a battle I gave up a very long time ago. I strive for integration of life and work. We live one life, at least in this form, so work is not a standalone type of planet. So we need to strive for integration and, of course, having harmony between the two. Now you're going to sit there and tell me, so if she doesn't like the generational thing, because in future readiness this is a killer, what is it that how do we call these different demographics? Well, we get rid of the definitions of generations because we embrace something called perennial. This isn't my invention. I wish I could tell you, it's me, I'm the mother of perennials. No, it's a colleague of mine in another geography, but perennial mindset is the people who love to stay curious, who are global citizens, who challenge themselves with learning, with unlearning, who want to know new things, are very aware of what is happening around them in society, are curious with technology. Ooh, I don't know much about this, but let's try it out. Let's experiment. They take risks. Many entrepreneurs are perennials and they don't know about it. They minimize risks. And of course, they are mentors to others. Now, something that we have also completely changed, which is needed in future readiness, is the following. We all tend to think that when we mentor someone, we need to be more senior and maybe from a generation a bit older because we have wisdom in our head and we can mentor the youngest of our society. That is okay. I am more interested in looking at what we call reverse mentoring, which is a practice that has proven in research to break the cycle of this looking at people in generations. Reverse mentoring means I take a Gen Z, and the Gen Z is the mentor of the CEO, of the VP, of the head of technology. So the juniors mentor seniors. And because I am a woman that likes to walk her talk, I have been mentored for the past 2 years via Zoom by a Gen Z, a woman who lives in California. And it has been an experience that I highly recommend. Because if I need to understand what this generation cares about and what I have in common with them, which is a lot, I need to know how do they look at the market? What type of products and technologies do they like to use? How do they see the world, the natural resources around us? How do they see society and what they care about? So reverse mentoring doesn't cost anything. It costs the ability in an organization, whether a small one or a big one, to set up the system, and you will see how the marvel of inviting juniors to mentor seniors, and the seniors becoming a bit more humble about that maybe they don't know everything and they need help in this regard. In my work in corporate governance, because I also work with boards, we do a lot of reverse mentoring, even with members of the board who join at younger ages to understand the view of the market, for instance, or a playful way of looking at technology. So I invite you to leave today and come back tomorrow by looking at yourself and the people you are in charge with as perennials, no longer the generations. We are all perennials, because there is one thing that as perennial we do very well. We know how to hustle, the art of hustling. But before I conclude and I take your questions, I want to leave you with something. Experimenting in the future of work and in future readiness is important, is the blood in the body of future readiness. So let's agree. We don't use anymore the word failure. Failure has no place in this world. Why? Because experimenting will work out, and at times things will not work out. So when they don't work out, let's not stigmatize ourselves. Let's just learn to move on. Moving on is an art. Moving on allows us not to beat ourselves over the head if something doesn't work, because we are all experimenting. And therefore, it is an art that we need to develop and teach also to the people we are in charge with and our teams. So I leave you with one last word. We are never future ready. This is a journey that starts today and lasts forever. As long as there is life, there is learning. And therefore, I welcome you to join me on this adventure for the future. Спасибо. Thank you. Thank you.
Спасибо, Селина. Спасибо. Don't go, please don't go. Друзья, потрясающая лекция.
Friends, absolutely fantastic lecture, a lot of questions, and to make sure that we can do everything in line with the schedule, one question, I will try to translate it. I hope Selena will understand me. So, Selena.
We have a question.
Much better than my Russian.
Okay, fair enough. We have a question from several people. How can we all find time in our day, because we day and night working on our businesses? We have a lot of troubles, and we have to find solutions. But how we can find time for the education? Is it possible? Do you have any advice, maybe trick?
Absolutely. Fantastic question, because I ask the question to myself as well when I am an entrepreneur and I have different hats. Please do not think about this as something else. The creation of value, of solutions, in a day-to-day, 24 hours effort of entrepreneurs and business owners, it's not something else than learning. Learning is the spice of it. I learn as I go along. Then, of course, I can find time for some experiences that allow me to go 2 days away from work. But we need to embed it into the day-to-day. I mean, my life at times goes from ordering the toilet paper for my company all the way to speaking to the VC who has just funded me, right? We are entrepreneurs, so the breadth of decisions and activities is very vast. But we need to look at building future readiness as what will allow me to be successful, to thrive. And some days I will be able to dedicate more time to it, others less. But it's like going to the gym. We do it on a daily basis or maybe 3-4 times a week as we live. We don't wait after life to go to the gym.
Perfect. Thank you. Спасибо, Селина. Спасибо. Давайте поблагодарим.
Thank you.
Селина Нери.
Yes, thank you very much, Selena Neri. Wow, that was something, really. And the most talented ones, the people who are most ready for the future need proper environment to unlock your potential and to create something fantastic. That's the environment that is needed, and this environment accelerates the technologies of the future, and Sber City is going to become the place for that. A large-scale project of smart city. Smart city is not just a set of standalone technologies, it is a system of related technologies, so to ensure the disruption in terms of innovations and tech entrepreneurship, you need an ideal environment. And where do we see all these areas that have synergies between themselves? For that, you need a system where you can check the hypotheses, cooperate, and scale. And this is the environment that Sber City is planning to create within these walls. To know how Sber City is creating this unique environment for technologies and initiatives, I'd like to invite the CEO of Rublovo-Arkhangelskoye, that's Sber City, Andrei Lekachov, and Ignat Bushukhin, Managing Director, RBC Real Estate. CEO of Sber City, Andrei Likhachov, Managing Director of RBC Real Estate, Ignat Bushikin. Hi everyone, my name is Ignat Bushikin. I'm going to talk with Andrei Likhachov, the CEO of Sber City Project. Today we're going to talk about the urban environment. As a startup, it's open public talk. We have around 30 minutes. Andrei Likhachov has a presentation, so let's start with the presentation, and after that it will be followed by my questions. So our forum is held in Sber City. Many of you have noticed that. This volume, this type of property, what stands behind that? What is the concept, the idea behind the project? So that's the answer to the first question that we are expecting from you, and then we would like to ask why some startup cities can be implemented and why some others remain on paper in some projects, in designs. Thank you. Hi everyone. You're right now at the unique place, and you have a unique opportunity to see how cities are being built. This is something that usually is behind the scene, because usually people cannot go to a construction site. We see the final result, and so, but you can witness the construction of the metro station, the central square, and the main building on the square is being built, and you can see it with your own eyes. It's a huge territory, an area with underground parkings, with a 25-story buildings are going to be built, 130 meters height, and on the top of the underground parking that will be in the center is the Japanese garden. We have planted the first tree of this Japanese garden, and I'd like to say that basically we have around 1 million square meters of underground area. We want our cars to be at rest underground. And this is a unique combination when 20% of the city is underground. We are at the epicenter of everything. This building is going to be the harbor of startups and a place for School 21, a programming school. Last year, we commissioned 2 buildings. People are living here already. Other 2 residential blocks are going to be commissioned very soon, and this year and the start of last year, people will start moving in. 1 million square meters are being commissioned, and another 900,000 are being designed. We have all the engineering infrastructure, so the city is being built. But it has not been so forever. 5 years ago, it was just a green field. On the one hand, it was a fantastic place with absolutely unique beauty, with Moscow River in 3 parts. We have a pond. We have an environmentally and ecologically clean space, a great wind arrangement. On the other hand, we have national parks that are protected. We have the soil that is not that great for construction. So there were many factors and challenges that prevented us from building here. That was a bad asset that was given to Sber as a security, as a collateral. It took it because the debtor could not pay loans. So 160 hectares. We compared it with the center of Moscow, and we have a big chunk of the center of Moscow, 1/3 within the Sadovaya ring, or 2 Monacos can be placed in our, can fit in our area, in this city. But challenges beget solutions, and this part of land became the territory of Moscow City. Then we had an international competition to make a design plan, the master plan for the development of the area. 5 million square meters of the properties, out of which 1 million is all underground, as I've said before. We have underground parking with every property. 2.5 million square meters of living space, 833,000 meters of offices, 13 nursery schools, 7 schools, 2 clinics, the longevity center developed by Sber, 3 areas and the park area, 3 park areas. And 65,000 people are going to live here, and 70,000 people are going to work here. 35 kilometers of the bicycle roads. We'll have a surfing center here, ice center where you can play hockey and other sports. The most important thing is that we provide opportunities for the kids who are going to live here, and something that is created for them is fantastic. We'll have a cartoon center, Soyuz Multfilm, and a number of other great facilities for the kids. And the territory itself really makes sure that we have to be very cautious when we develop, that we leverage the heritage here. We start with the special roads. The rainwater goes through these roads, through these bicycle roads, and we reuse it. We filter it and reuse it. We have a landscape. This landscape is absolutely unique. You will not see this landscape on these flat territories. We built hills. We built slanting roads around these hills. So smart city is clean city. And here you start with the kitchen. When you use organics for the you put them in the disposable, and it's put in the treatment facilities. The hard recyclable things put on the vacuum tube, and it just flies 100 meters from your home. We have 4 centers, recycling centers. And then it is the compacted, recycled waste is moved from the city. We have hundreds of thousands of various trees and bushes. We have recharging stations for the electric transport. We want to have clean transportation in our territory. So that's about the technologies related to the greenery. But the greenery is not something. The green is not something that you only see on our logo and in our green technologies. We're talking about the engineering infrastructure that helps to save the energy, have distributed energy. We have energy centers that on the top of the buildings we generate heat as well as cold there, and our smart home system is connected to these energy centers, and we create the system where the utility organization wins and the consumers win. This is a not very expensive and very clean technology. We also use other cutting-edge technologies. That means that you will not see some large tubes in our smart city. They're much shorter. We use special solar panels for the cladding, and some people say that they're not very efficient, but we use it as glazing, so it's very efficient. Our smart solutions and energy centers of the energy companies are also based on Sber solutions and Sber devices. These are the devices manufactured by Sber, designed by Sber as well. We could talk about the safety and the driverless cars that have been tested in our city, and many other inspiring ideas and technologies. I have to say that as we use these technologies, and thanks to using these technologies, we can be in line with international certification. We wanted to get the Lee gold certification, but in 2022, you understand the situation. We were not able to get the certification, but we meet their requirements. And in the first 3 buildings now have the platinum level based on our Russian national standard. The building that we're in right now is also rated with the platinum level. So we have 4 buildings on our street, basically 3 buildings with offices. All these 3 buildings got the platinum level according to the Russian ecology ranking system. So you are on the greenest street in the world right now. Well, maybe there are some streets with more buildings, but if you talk about the ratio, we have basically 100% on the streets. 100% of the buildings on the street are in line with the requirements of the platinum standard of the Russian ranking environmental system. As we were designing, we asked the question that all startups should ask: who's our customer? We have developed the strategy of the development, and I'm proud of this strategy. These are our customers, and this is the profile of the people who are buying flats this year on the slide. To understand our product better and to understand your customer better, we had to become an expert in a number of issues. These are the materials and the concepts that we developed together with the experts and ourselves. Parks, that's a very interesting thing. Where people like to walk and where people like to buy property. Sometimes it's not the same, by the way, and sometimes people do not like to buy flats near some urban, densely populated parks, but people would love to live near some quieter places, green places. Our park is working. You can see people who are walking along the park, and after the summit, I'd like to invite you to go to the park. You can actually walk around the park and breathe some fresh air. As we analyze the global trends, we classified some of the cities. I do not think that this is the comprehensive approach, but these are the 3 groups that we defined. One group is the initiative of the governments. When large countries or ambitious countries or growing countries are developing some cities, some separate cities, but historical cities are becoming smarter, and Moscow obviously is a very smart city given the number of services and technologies that are offered here, and there are other cities that have hundreds of years of history. They're smart as well. And the corporate projects, large corporations from large countries want to build their own cities. And that's important, because I think these are the projects that have the most potential, because corporations are more flexible and more efficient than the state. But obviously we need the state support, and we need, and obviously the contribution of the team of the city of Moscow is absolutely, cannot be measured. Absolutely outstanding. In 1147, Yuri Dolgoruki invited his brother to Moscow. That's the first historical recording of Moscow, and from this time we started the history of Moscow. He was the founder of Moscow, but historians and archaeologists know that Moscow actually is older than that, because there are settlements that were excavated, but a new city appeared. And how Yuri Dolgoruki, how did he describe to his brother where to go, basically? He says that, okay, there is a city in Moskva River, in Nevinная, at Nevinная place, in Niglinная is somewhere where Moscow River starts, and it's a little bit higher than Yauza. There is a hypothesis that Moscow, an old part of Moscow, an old version of Moscow was there, and Yuri Dolgoruki decided to build Moscow on the other side. Yuri Dolgoruki wanted to found the Moscow that is built with stone, and the old Moscow was built with wood, so he used innovative technologies. The old Moscow also was a pagan city, and in 1988 there was a Christianity that was in Russia, that became that started in Russia. Now Christianity won, because that is a more innovative management system. Management technologies as well as construction technologies, they started the greenfield, and then they actually is being rolled out across the territory. Why are you talking about that, Mr. Likhachev? It's because the new cities are creating new management technologies and new development technologies, and if these technologies can be rolled out, they are rolled out across the country, and it is the heritage for everyone. New technologies sometimes require new management solutions, because often the rules that we use, the law that was written before, could not factor in new innovations and new technologies and new approaches. Today, startups were offering their ideas and presenting their ideas. It might be the case, and often it is the case, if you do not change the regulations, the law, you cannot use all these solutions. Sorry, I just want to jump in. Smart city and our forum is about startups. How do you combine these two notions, and what is the role of the startup to sustainably develop this smart city? Well, you know, our city itself is a part of a startup. On the other hand, we are a testing ground for startups. We are open for new capabilities and opportunities for those who want to develop their ideas and test drive them. Only one warning to startups: if I have a technology, some concept of technology, the pilot version of technology, and I'm coming to you and saying, okay, just test drive it because I have a startup. It's not a startup. Startup means the technology that has already been tested. It's the understanding of the markets where this technology works, understanding the regulation of this market, understanding the future of this market, and understanding the services and the maintenance services for this technology that you are creating. So it's very important to look into the future to understand how it's going to work. And here we are very much similar, yet there is a huge difference. Can the startups work with us? Absolutely. We are a test ground for the new technologies, and we will be happy to apply these technologies. I would say that you are an entrepreneur, a visionary developer. You talk about the technologies. So what could be the technologies of the future that would be working in the future cities, like your smart city? I have the answer to this question. My answer to this question is twofold. The first thing that I want to mention is Bulgakov and what he said. And Voland, in his book, said that people love money, but it has always been so. Sometimes mercy is trying to get to their hearts, but they have a problem with the living area, with living space. Living space is a challenge. We offer that. People love money. Okay, yeah, we can deliver that. We have mercy and benevolence that is trying to reach their hearts. We can offer that as well. And people love life. They want to feel good. That's what this character of the Bulgakov book said. And here we can deliver. Sber decided to offer the following. What do we offer? I mean, in all areas, not only in the city creation, but the things that Sber develop in the banking services. We save your resources. We save your time, we save your money, and we want to make sure that our customers have more time for their hobbies, for their families, loved ones and friends, and that means that the technologies that we are going to use first and foremost are going to be in demand to decrease the non-productive time spent on various operations and transactions, like moving somewhere or delivering something or ordering something or do something.
We definitely want to be healthier, and therefore we need to have the ability to do sports, to exercise, opportunities for checkups, to see if we do not get sick and manage that on time. And of course we need security. And all of that requires that measures are to be taken in our times that are really not calm. And of course, these are the things that are going to be in demand in future as we go forward. How flexible is Sber City and adaptable to those changes that you're talking about? Any fundamental idea that you use and doesn't change, it's immutable, or it changes all the time? I've already mentioned that this land has given us its requirements, so everything that we do has to be natural, environmentally friendly, resource effective, and energy saving. And this entails various approaches to setting up conditions for people, services. You can add services to this. I've mentioned the service center and other opportunities that one can use in order to strengthen and reinforce their health. It's about resource saving, about improving health, making people happier. And another important thought that has always been our guiding star: if someone here in your family or in your friends had children, are there those like this? Please raise your hand. I see raised hands. That's a great thing, a great happiness. In the first year, it's very happy, of course. But then, dear parents, you would have to think about how the children would be, living, and they will not come to work until 2045. And anything that you would put into them, anything that you would instill in them, any education and support you are going to give them, it's all going to be in demand in 2045 and would become either their competitive advantage or it wouldn't. And in that sense, that has always been a guiding star. We have always had to be cognizant of the need of creating opportunities for those who were born in our city. And there's another important thing for me as I was looking at the young ones in my family, for example, and I came to the realization that we adults, we sometimes move homes at one point or another, and some places are more like home. But your very first home, you became a separate individual for the first time. It's believed that people remember them from age 4 or 5, and it's believed that people would consider that particular home at the age of 4, would remember that as their home. And of course, they would be feeling as they are the hosts, they are the masters of that area, and everything would matter for them, the health, the nature, and various skills. That's what it is all built around. As one of the classics said, other people's children are growing so fast, and 2045 will come very soon. Let's talk about the legal framework. A lot of construction codes and norms are changing slowly. They haven't changed for decades. Some of those codes are changed sometimes, but the development of these new laws fails to catch up with the development of technology. Where's that facet of reasonable regulation? Can Sber City become a platform for new ideas in legislation and in rules? Not that it only can, it should. We have seen about 10 various bills introduced in the State Duma that are based on the results of our work, on our practice. Sometimes it's easier to use new technologies when you build something from the greenfield, other than if you are trying to do that in existing cities, living cities that are built up. It's important to have such proving grounds. It's important to have a critical mass of those, because if the technology is not used anywhere, then there is no need to change the laws. That's the value of projects like this. And they need to achieve certain criticality. But it is true, the laws are written with blood, with hard history and tragic events. And it's definitely easy to change them, but we don't have to if we don't need to. But we cannot live without rules and laws. So let's talk about self-driving cars or transportation in general. All laws to date have been built around the fact that there is a personal liability of someone who violates the rule. But who violates the rule in the case of a UAV? It's not clear. And until this remains clear, the industry doesn't evolve quickly. But at the same time, we realize that the number of accidents goes down because they are not driven by humans, but an algorithm by AI. The security and safety goes up, and the regulatory framework is lagging behind. So we need small territories, small cities that could be used as testing grounds for these new rules to replicate them further. And in summing up, can you say what is the difference between the city of the future and the city of today? Sber city here in Moscow. Who's going to live in this city of the future? What is going to be their mode of life? That's exactly what we're talking about. The individuals who will live here will be the people that value their time, value their resources. They want to be healthy. They want to make money. They want to be able to raise their family here. And we are focusing on them, and we're creating every opportunities for them. A few questions on top of that. What are the key KPIs for a smart city? What do you think? It's the happiness of the residents. We have 2 minutes left. Andrei, if I may, I have a quick set of questions of 5. Please give me 5 laconic answers to these 5 quick questions. Number 1, have you ever thought about opening your own startup, Andrei? At some point, yes, I did. But now all of my thoughts are here, and it's just built differently. And we have a lot of startups here in any case. It's done somewhat differently. The initial capital was given to us by Sberbank, and then we take loans. And so, in a sense, it is a startup. But I have thoughts before. What kind of ideas? Had to do something with energy saving and energy efficiency. And some of those ideas got materialized here. Should one buy an asset, like a real estate asset, or rent it? Well, it all depends on the assets. If it's office property, it's one thing, but there's residential property, that's another. I see that sometimes apartments are not buying apartments, but are renting them. Our country chose another way, and some other countries do. Okay, what I like about the rental system is that there is an owner who sets the rules, and people vote with their money whether to live there or not. In our case, it's often a meeting of residents, and they are not professional managers, and that leads to unprofessional decisions, living in the city or outside of the city. It's best to live here in Rublevo-Arkhangelskaya. It's both a city and an outskirt. Understood. A skyscraper or a small house? A good question. How did the cities start? Any settlements, for that matter, with separate dwellings. Then they wanted to, put them together so that they would have one common law. So townhouses were built, and then they would stack them up to have more residential property on a plot of land they grew up. But then it turned out that it is impossible to drive around the city or live there. It's gotten harder. And so to complete this loop of evolution, we are going back to medium level height of buildings where the apartment blocks are 7, 10, 11 floors. And the very last question, a view of the forest or the urban landscape. Our buildings, according to the master plan, are built in such a way that on one side you will always have a river or a park or both, or on the other you would see a modern, beautiful city. Welcome to Sber City in Rublevo, Arkhangelsk. Thank you very much, Andrei, for this public interview. I'd like to wish you the best of luck and to your project. I'm sure it will go down in history as some old boroughs of Moscow, old Moscow, and will become the city of the future that you have been talking about. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrei. Thank you, Ignat. Dear friends, we continue. We've just talked about the environment that helps us develop and create the future. But here's the question. What is the most important thing for us in this future? Any options? We are building the future. Right. We would like to be in that future. It's important for us to be in that future. Let's talk about that. So there's more and more talk about the fact that in the future people will live up to 150 years. Who believes in that? Okay, I see there are optimists around us. 150, that sounds good. So longevity, or to put it simply, the field that studies ways to extend life, is now like a new level in advancing humanity, and investors are already putting resources there, though some believe that this might be futile. Some are even working on immortality, which sounds insane, but for some it is not that insane, it's a reality. And the number of people with digitalized medical histories, as we see that, there is a shift in medical research from the study of animals to the analysis of human data. AI helps observe the trajectories of health and aging of millions of people, identify new patterns of influence of some diseases or others. And that's the fundamental facts of influence on health. So let's talk about how we can live to be 150 and be agile, not just live up to that age, but be agile at that age. We are going to have a very interesting discussion. Let me introduce my experts. A Russian entrepreneur, founder of the biodata platform, one of the most famous biohackers, Stanislav Skakun. Biophysicist, founder and scientific director of the biotech company Gero, Pyotr Fedichev. CEO of the biotech company Betuvax, CTO of Unlimited Bio, candidate of biological sciences, Anna Vakrusheva. And this session will be moderated by an excellent journalist and TV presenter, Tanya Naumova. Please come to the floor, friends, and teach us what we are to expect in the near future with longevity and our health. Thank you, Sergey. Hello, everyone. My introduction is going to be fairly short. We'll just have to remember one important thing. I entered this room at 1751, and we will leave here at 1851. This morning, I had an excellent session with Vladimir Sedov, who is now the owner and founder of Laskona Life Group. And we've touched upon this topic that we're going to talk about, and some numbers associated with that, because there is one fundamentally important demographic trend that is going to change everything if we're talking about biotech. Let me add a few numbers. And let me step back for a second and say that we're not just using the English word longevity in this title. It's not just about living long or technically extending life expectancy. It's about living long in good health and happily. It's about retaining all of our cognitive, mental, and bodily faculties intact. And a few words of statistics. In 25 years, will be in 2050. Can you imagine this? And I'm looking at this room and I realize that with the probability of 90%, we are all going to end up there. And at that time, there will be the largest number of people on the planet, 10 billion. Of course, 10 billion is a huge number instead of the 8 billion that we have now. But what's even more important is that there will be more people of those who are 65 plus. There will be more of those who are less than 12. That's a colossal challenge demographically, and this is something that will have repercussions for all of our social institutions, such as hospitals, let's leave alone pensions, because paying that much in retirement money is going to be a challenge for any state. And these are the things we're going to be talking about today, because this is the main trend. And I'd like to start with you, Piotr. You were very eloquent in one of your interviews, saying that this demographic switch to a more elderly population is happening not because we want this, but it's happening by itself, because as a species, we've chosen this task, or whatever you call it, because this is useful for us. So, two questions. Is biotech catching up with this demographic trend that we observe? And secondly, if we were to select one particular thing to ensure that this shift happens without any serious repercussions, which direction should we look into? The demographic transition is happening not because we wanted this to happen, but because that's how a species is responding to the technological development, and it means that many things are changing qualitatively, many things that we're used to. Today's medicine is treating diseases, and people get sick as they age, and some people believe that if we invent drugs to treat all diseases, we'll live forever. But unfortunately, aging is not just about diseases, but it's about decline of functions and faculties, cognitive and whatnot. And those who are young, or rather those that are old, they of course, pale. They pale in comparison with what they used to be when they were 30 or 40. So, in order to live in an age where people remain productive as they age, we need to use the science about aging and study that, not the diseases that lead to that. Talking about, treating aging, that's an amazing thing. The devil is in the details. Anna, I will switch to you now, because let me use one more quote. I will be going back to your interview at various points, and several of your interviews, so that we can go back to what you have been discussing earlier. Your quote goes like this: we can only give therapy to sick people and treat specific disease, but aging is not a disease. So this dovetails with what has just been said by Piotr. What then do we need to recognize, and what should be recognized as a disease so that we could treat it, and how such legalization could help biotech as an industry and give it an impetus to move forward? Thank you very much for your question. What we see happening at this point is this. If we have a task to develop a therapy, we would do this for a specific disease and a certain set of indications. And aging is not considered to be a disease. And as a biopharmaceutical company, a biotech company, I cannot develop a drug against aging because I will never take it to the market. And people aren't going to be able to buy it or take it. But very often, disease is different from that. There are various stages in the disease's progression. And an advanced stage disease is very different from a stage when an individual is still healthy. And so we have to act as quickly as possible at an earlier stage and as early as possible. But here the shift is on disease more than anything else, and we can do very little for the healthy people in that sense. But initiatives have come up recently. There's a contest known as X Prize. It's an international contest where teams vie for making an individual 10 years younger. There are hundreds of teams that got involved in this. There's a 5-year trial, and the goal of the trial is to make people younger.
And they are creating these criteria because we need to understand what drug can help in what area. They look at muscular function, cognitive function, and there are some parameters that people have when they're 60, and the task of the company to make sure that these people have these parameters as if they were 50. So we're talking about the correction of some functions like cognitive functions, immune functions, making sure that these drugs are using these goals. And I think that the medicine will arrive there. If you look at the 19th century, when we were diagnosing some things like, okay, you have cough with blood, that means that you have this and that disease, and now you can make a blood test and detect disease earlier. But I mean, whether we will be able to accelerate that process and influence it, that's the question. You are one of the most measured people in the world. Have you measured your rejuvenation progress? How many years were you able to win back? I think it's a bit early to talk about that, because anyone before they reach 55 around could, with proper lifestyle, have indicators of 35-year-olds. If you are more than 30, you can move back. My biological age is 32. My real age is 42, so I have not started to become older because I started my experiment 10 years ago. But that's not so, actually, because our biological age is a tricky thing, but it is the worst way to measure it, you know, if you compare it with others. So what is the future here? I think the future is now. First of all, there are some dedicated indicators for the age and for separate systems, because the organs and the systems are getting old in a different way. In many ways, it's a huge checkup, and there are some stage-based biological age assessment. So people who are 35 and 39 are not that different, but those who are 39 and 46, they have a huge difference, and because this is where there is this 45 years threshold when people start to get older. I think that in 10 years, therefore, it will be easier to assess my state. That's true. We have a mega trend. We have an understanding in the field that everything is going to change, and for sure we have fantastic technologies. I am going to have one quote. It's you know, might be a bit controversial, but still. We have Dario Amadei, who is the CEO of one of the companies that is, of course, related to AI. And during the Davos Forum this year, he said that the following: AI can double the lifespan of humans, but then he says in the next 5 years. Piotr, a question to you again, because I have to ask that. I understand that my question is going to be pretty naive. Maybe you are not agreeing with this forecast, but still, if we talk about the technologies that we have now already, What does that give to the industry, to the longevity industry in biotech? Can we say that new technologies will lead to this paradigm shift, to the shift in research and to the shift in drug distribution? What is happening in this industry due to technologies? How technologies disrupt this industry? I would like to comment here, to comment on the quote of this visionary. There are drugs that might increase your lifespan by a decade, but they will need 2 decades to be developed because you need to test them first of all. Now, this quote really reflects this boldness of some of the entrepreneurs who are maybe too bold. But without AI, we will not see any changes, because people are not producing new people in the scale needed, and there are many diseases. If you look at the industry, there are not many drugs for chronic diseases. They usually appear once every 1 or 2 decades, well, apart from the oncology medicine. That means that the model that we have right now for drug development is not working, but it will also lead to the fact that we will not be able to resolve demographic challenges. You know, the more technology, the more diagram, everything doubles very quickly, like the processor time and the intelligence of the agents. There's only one thing that increases in the drug development: the cost for developing drugs. That means that we cannot do things in the standard, typical way, and AI is a great hope. It reflects one thing. We used to make trials within animals. You can kill a mouse in 8 weeks by giving them McDonald's food, but you cannot. I mean, people will not die in the weeks as if they only eat McDonald's. So you need human data to understand that, and without AI, we won't be able to navigate all this data. This is why I'm talking about AI. This is why we're applying AI and we are sharing all this information. Stanislav, do you agree with the fact that there's a lot of data, 500 million people with digitized health record, 7-8 million passed the genetic test? Is it a lot or not? What does that mean for the industry? Well, unfortunately, these data are not very wide. 500 million medical records, they're not based on a large number of parameters, because we can see some duplicating things there. These data are not very diverse, but then the volume of this data will increase for sure, because there is a growing appetite towards this data, because people are starting to think more about their health. They look at it from a digital perspective and their health, but there's not a lot of data, really. The majority of companies that train models say that there is a problem with the volume of data. And I would like to ask you again, the female part of our panel is going to discuss legalization, but, well, that's our specialty. And we said that Anna has in her hands the youth of Khloe and Kim Kardashian. Anyway, I'll ask you to talk about the case. I think that she had to go to Mexico or Honduras. In Mexico. Yeah, so that means that, first of all, we need to talk about the fact that aging and losing some of the cognitive functions is something that we need to face and to address and to prioritize. And on the other hand, we need less regulation, state regulation, if we are talking about the real development of this area. Yes, with the story with Kardashian, that's kind of a byproduct, really. The main idea that I voiced is related with the regulations, because if we want to develop longevity therapy, it's very hard to do as part of the classical regulations. We have a biotech company in Russia, and there we do the classical development of the drugs, of medications and other things, but we target specific diseases there. The question here now, how can we design therapies if it's not possible due to regulation? There are some alternative regulations. There's a special economic zone in Honduras. It's called Prospera. On the legal regulation level, they said that for the 50 years we have this zone, and according to the constitution, various experimental therapies can be applied within this area to make sure that these therapies can be then rolled out to the customer base that are interested in longevity. There's a lot of special economic zones around the world, but in terms of biotech, that's the main one. There's a couple of others that are just emerging, but this is one of them, and we have launched this medication there, Russian medication, by the way, that helps to update the capillary system, capillary network that deteriorates with age. And it was for the patients with the ischemic problems of the legs. Sometimes these people with bad capillaries there in the legs, they have problems walking. Some lead to amputations. And we can do our treatment there legally, and Kardashians use that for preventive purposes. They do not have any ischemia, but they went to the special economic zone to get the medication. I think I would like to change the focus of our discussion, this preventive treatment, because they don't have ischemia, but the byproduct, the side effect. When we talk about biotech, everyone has heard about Ozempic. Okay, who has heard about Ozempic? Those present here, yeah, you have heard about Ozempic. Thank you very much. I understood, I appreciated the fact that we are on the same page here in terms of awareness, and this is a cultural phenomenon, really, not only a medical phenomenon. At the same time, Novo Nordisk, a Danish company that produces Ozempic, its market cap is larger than the GDP of Denmark, where it is located. This medication, the diabetes story, becoming thinner and fitter story, that's important, but the fact that it can extend your lifespan by 2-3 years, this it's like with this ischemia story. Can be used for different purposes. But anyway, this is a fantastic showcase. What it is about, what is behind it? Do you believe that these stories that would be similar to Ozempic could be rolled out, really? It is the outlook for longevity and biotech industry, and we should have more success stories like that, not just some unique cases. Can it be scaled? I think that longevity is the field that should become this large success story. I think the first trillionaires will be in longevity, because this is of critical importance. As for Ozempic, I have my own opinion. I think you shouldn't call it this anti-age medication, because for Ozempic, we take people with a specific disease. So we do not take people who would use preventive health practices, because it will do more bad than good. It can extend the life of the diseased people, of people with disease. But if I take a smoker and ask him not to smoke, then the life will be extended. The risks of cancer and heart diseases will drop dramatically just by quitting smoking. The effect will be larger than that from Ozempic. So I do fully support the fact that you should develop the medications, and Piotr is targeting diseases. He's doing that, and he's doing a fantastic job. But I think we are focusing on the diseases here. But if you talk about aging and early stages, we do not really focus on that. We do not make a lot of research here, and we do not send a lot of resources to this end. So Ozempic may be not the showcase. Yeah, my question is to make sure that we understand the potential of a longevity biotech, because Ozempic has been very successful, and it is so large scale. It would be great that longevity medications might have the same outlook. But we see a lot of barriers in longevity. And Stanislav, I would like to ask you, do you believe in the fantastic potential of longevity in biotech? Rank from 1 to 10. Potential of longevity in biotech. The question, when? So, okay, I believe that, and for that you need to live a long life. Agreed. What do we need to focus on to unlock this potential? We need to compute, to calculate. We need to have more data for compute. We need to train models. We need to use AI to make the transactions and operations simpler and cheaper. Like Piotr and his company, they are making the clinical trials cheaper. That's an important thing. In a nutshell, our DNA has a blueprint for aging, and our tests is a text, and we can design it so as to basically write new genes. So data are text, and that means that all the effects of the scale are applicable to it as to the generative models. Piotr, the same question to you. I would try to guess your answer based on your previous answer, but I stand to be corrected. So if we talk about the following, what can really speed up the unlocking of longevity biotech potential? Is it something that is related to the development of the new medication, or are we talking about a totally different thing? A few words to support Ozempic. Ozempic does not have a lot of effects, a lot of side effects. But try to work out when on a strict diet. But it is the medication that decreases the risks and the symptoms that are not only stated on the packaging, but also it drives down the risks, including of other diseases, including neurodegenerative diseases. As for the Ozempic, there is an important lesson to draw. The patent life of Ozempic has almost ended, and that's answering the question about the investment. The pharmaceutical company was $0.5 trillion in valuation. That was like Nvidia and Amazon and others. Because pharmaceutical companies are quite small, and this drugstore business became this huge business. And well, it's no surprise that the companies that, like Vivivia, that were developing the diabetes medications, gave the patent to Adidas, who is developing other drugs, because the example of Ozempic showed that if you prolong the lifespan by 1 year, your company will have a valuation of hundreds of millions of dollars. There was a hypothesis that was voiced in 2022 by Sam Altman. Sam Altman is a visionary, obviously, but for those who are serious investors, not just visionaries and people with a lot of money, they now have an argument that longevity is a new thing. For a company that has created a similar example, great example of Ozempic, the question is what to do next, because the cancer medication is not promising, because something like Ozempic will be sold very efficiently. The question now is that the longevity can deliver even better returns. And the last thing I would like to tell you in terms of what to do. Let's go back to Ozempic lesson. The patent life has ended. Why this miracle medication? Why we didn't know about that? As Ozempic was given to people, it was understood that the weight goes down. Why? Because why people were fat? Because they didn't move, because they were eating junk food. That's the same with longevity. Tomorrow we'll have AI and it will resolve everything, so we don't need to develop longevity medication. That's a bad narrative. The second bad narrative.
So it's about eating less and, eating Ozempic and you will live forever. Brian Johnson, for example, doesn't want to die at all. He's not going to. So that's the narrative. So others will earn money on Ozempic by Nordisk, and others will earn money. And this is something that we need to be mindful of and start developing the drug against aging. Deep in my heart, I believe that the narrative about obesity is really ingenious, especially when we draw a parallel with aging and what we talked about in the past. And this is a great metaphor that's put things in their own places now. Now let's delve deeper into the specific niches. I have a quick question for all of our speakers, and it goes like this. Disregard the number that is in the question. This number was necessary for me to take the money way out of the conversation so that we could look at the scientific potential or some other potential of various segments within longevity so that we could stop thinking about money in the good sense of the word. And so the question goes like this. If Sberbank gifts you $8 billion without any qualifications, no commission, and you can invest $1 billion in a specific niche related to longevity, what is it going to be and why? Let's start with you, Stanislav, just for variety's sake. That's not exactly my area of expertise, but I would invest it in the synthesis of nucleotide sequences in the factory of genes so that we could design and produce the genes we need. This technology does exist, but it's the question of length, stability, and the range of functionality and delivery means. A question from a lamer. What does it give me or you and average people? Mice live for 2 years, people live to 90. Greenland sharks live to 500 years. We have different genes. We can take certain genes from the animals that allow them to live longer, and that's one. And we can also design genes that hadn't existed in nature and make them our own. So we're talking about a synthesis of sequences on an industrial scale. That's the key. There's a project, a resynthesis of human genome from scratch. And in about 7 years or 10, we are going to be able to synthesize human DNA, 3 billion pairs from scratch. That's what where I would invest. Anna, where would you invest? I would build a longevity city, perhaps on the basis of Sber City. What is that going to be? An elderly people home? I haven't finished yet. I would build a separate regulatory area where one could be dealing with and treating earlier onset aging, and where you would be able to do clinical trials for dependencies on age of certain things. And for that, you need to have regulatory framework For that, you need to have straightforward access to production, because in biotech, this is indeed a major impediment and an issue. It's a production boutique with various types of things that we need to produce, molecules of different kinds. Because aging is a whole set of issues, it would need an arsenal of molecules and therapies to address this from all angles in a comprehensive way. That's why I believe that longevity cities and 100 clinical trials. Wow, excellent. Piotr, let's see what you can offer us in response to what we do. Give you $1 billion, and you can select any niche you would invest in. First of all, I'm taking the billion, and $1 billion, and just to give the context, Joe Bezos invested in Malthus Lab as a seed stage round, $3 billion. Okay, we'll give you $1 billion for seed. This is 3 times less than what he used. But thanks to the methodology, we'll succeed. What I would do, I would join in with Stanislav. A drug that will, extend life for several years will be created without us. You can do this by changing your lifestyle, but there's a whole industry that works on that, and they treat diseases. But to deal with the problems that we started talking about, we need drugs that would extend lifespan by more than 10 years. And we need to use data not just from humans, even in other mammals, and we can learn a lot from them. A lot of different tricks can be learned from them. There are animals that live for a very long time, and some of them don't age or nearly don't age. That's why we need to have money to gather a lot of molecular data about the mammals that age with different pace, a different age. And that's $100 million per data set. That's how much you need now. And let's stay within this conversation about niches and startups. Stanislav, you had this wonderful point you made, that if you want to learn something, you need to create your own startup. Was that your approach to biodata? That's how it came about, or was there a different story behind it? In general, biodata was thought of as a family office for my family. Yes, I wanted to figure this out. But when you come to a clinic and you say that you are a patient and you want some services, they look at you one way. But when you come from a company and say that you are a CEO of a company, they look at you differently. It started as an internal framework, and then it turned out evolved into a startup, and goes beyond just interest in health. But to be more serious in answering your question, of course, if you can not do a startup, don't do a startup. But nevertheless, your format is B2C. Okay, go ahead. It just that B2B doesn't work. It doesn't work, okay. But if we are to talk about B2C as a format, are there some sub-niches that you could identify? Maybe there's someone in the room who is thinking about where to invest. What can really be promising over the next several years? In the B2C segment, all startups that are similar to ours, there's one problem that is common. They need to build an interface for data input so that it would be interesting and nice for people to use it. And we haven't resolved it yet. We are close to getting it resolved, but we're not there yet. Those who can teach people to gather data and do this in a playful way, then or in a gamely way, they will be able to win. Our brain is not designed to think about what's going to happen to us in 20 years when we age. That's what the evolution taught us. We're not stupid, but the evolution taught us that we need to think about today or tonight, and not about what's going to happen in 20 years. So the only way to do this is to make people derive pleasure out of gathering data. Wonderful. Piotr, how did you arrive at your idea of a startup? As I was reading your interview, I saw this point that you don't have a personal goal of fighting aging. It's a mission, not just for you, but for all. because you get it as a side effect as a human. I'm not a biologist or a doctor. I'm a physicist by background. I was involved in theoretical physics. And there were very high standards back then with regard to what was considered to be good science. If you look at what happened 10 years, the string theory is dead, the quantum computer is not there yet. And if you set a big task before yourself, you would see that the 21st century is the age of medicines. I was shown at one point some animals that never age, like hydra or mollusks of some kind. But when they showed me mammals that don't age, I was really impressed. If you can make a discovery like this in an area where people have been involved in for 10,000 years, and you can make this discovery in the 21st century, it means that this is a new area, and this requires a talent to get this result. And I would like to urge everyone, this is the best way to apply your intelligence in the 21st century. And I can't argue with that. And if we are to talk about your specific area of expertise, you are using the B2B format. You work with major pharmaceutical companies. In essence, and correct me if I go wrong, you analyze health data for them in order to help them identify any tendencies, trends, and make connections so that they would then make drugs that would work regardless of one's age. Where else there are promising, or are there promising areas for a startup if you're talking about a B2B format at this point in time? Biotech is a very complex thing. Nearly all biotech companies are B2B. There are no companies that start developing drugs and then start selling them, doing marketing and government relations. If you look at this field, it's almost all of it B2B. And in biotech, you develop a medical technology. You have excellent patent protection. And so I would like to urge everyone who wants to invest, go to biotech. This is where you would have a legal monopoly. And if you have something that works, you are protected for 20 years, which is unique. And if this starts working, and if you're doing a study, then you make a prediction, then you start trials with animal data, then human data. At each of these stages, the cost of your development goes up tenfold. 10 years ago, in order to get your own hundreds of millions and billions of dollars, you had to conduct clinical trials. But nowadays, because the big pharma had forgotten to invest in major studies, and Ozempic is now leaving the protection zone by the patent, and there are other drugs that are about to join them, and all of the drugs are going to be produced as generics, like a set of vitamins. They would have to get involved in biology, and they're not really well at doing that. And so this is an excellent niche for startups. I would call them tech bio, not biotech. It's going to be a new animal on this market. It's a biotech that would use various means, including AI and other interesting technologies, to basically unravel a human biology, and then Big Pharma would take those products under development. It's not a contract-based work. They will pay money to us up front, and as we go through various stages of development, we recently signed a contract with a company that developed a peroral form of Ozempic, and that's why I said that they're not really that very well versed in biology, and that is a contract that is worth several $billion. Anna, if we are to count in millions of dollars, and or rather in points, would you say that the development of this industry in Russia is, or globally, whether it's well developed? Nowhere in the world it is well developed. Well, okay, we've discussed this to some point, and Piotr has been saying several times about the cost of trials and research, and it is clear that if it is in long-term and expensive research, it's not clear where one can get money. It's good to have 1 billion from Sber, the one that we've just made up. If we are to talk about the longevity companies, they have this regulatory feature, a nuance that I've referred to earlier. There are several companies there that are trying to work on the root causes of aging, and these are the ones that are funded by billionaires like Sam Altman with his Altus Lab, and Retrobio is another example. They recently developed a molecule that they want to launch a clinical trial of at the end of this year, which is very soon. And the idea is to study the process of aging that is related to ontophagy. And they need to be able to go to the market, and they are targeting the Alzheimer's disease. Maybe they will succeed, but the Alzheimer's is a very complicated disease, and there hasn't been a single effective drug to treat it effectively. And if they would go to an area covered by some regulatory framework, and where you would do some measurements, and following that produce a molecule, then you would have more chances to succeed. And then those drugs would go to the market. But since they're focusing on the Alzheimer's, the question of whether they will succeed or not, it's a slim chance of success. And one drug might not be a solution. And there are not a lot of companies that emerge in this market because they don't know how to move forward with rolling this out. We have about 15 minutes left, and I'm at a crossroads. Let's see what is going to be more interesting for you. We've agreed that there would be 2 more units, and I see that we only have time to cover 1 unit. The first unit has to do, or the first topic has to do with supporting effectiveness, what's to be done, because the speakers here are excellent experts in this field. And the second theme, or topic, is more of a philosophical nature. More profound. Okay, let's vote. Who's voting for the first topic and who's voting for the second? I'm sorry, we are going to the philosophical realm. And I think I've somewhat cheated here because I really wanted to talk about the second topic more than anything else. I don't think I'm going to reveal any secret to anyone because I can say that we, of course, get prepared for sessions like this. Not that we write down questions and answers, but we are thinking about the topics that might be of interest. And as part of one of such discussions, I was given this wonderful idea that I rolled in my head for some time. And here's how it goes. Imagine if we can extend the lifespan of one excellent professional. We started thinking about people of the likes of Landau, Kapitsa, or Sergei Korolev. What if we had given them 5, 10 more years? What would happen to mankind if they could be added extra time at the peak of their cognitive development and scientific development, if more time was given to them? And I think Piotr has already touched upon this matter in one of his statements. It's clear that we need to start acting now because the studies take a long time. And a lot of time passes from the moment an idea is conceived to the moment it becomes fleshed out. Now we need to identify priorities as to what are going to be the product that we will get in some 10 years' time. Piotr, what do we need? What is the ideal, perfect final result of your activities, of your efforts, or the result of the work of a longevity startup? Let's say we are going to live until 150 years of age and we still preserve our cognitive functions intact. Well, talking about 150 years lifespan is hard. Some people might blame us for cheating, but it's important to think about it and talk about it. I said at the very beginning, a lot depends on what we want to achieve, because we are imagining our future as investors and scientists. And if we want to continue to want to treat certain diseases, but there will be some people that would not want it. As you know, the average lifespan around the world is growing, and in some countries it is reaching 80, or the age of 80. but the decline of functions is happening inevitably. At 120 and 150 years of age, people will be healthy, but they will have a zero cognitive ability. Ask people in the street whether they want to live long. They would say, most likely, no. Intuitively, they understand that that's going to be their future. We will treat you until you get older, and you will be worse and worse off. And the first thing we need to start wanting is to get around this problem of the decline of cognitive function. And, you know, some people like whales, others like bats. And these animals have the decline of functions that is happening very slowly, 10 times slower than with other animals of their size. That's the area we need to focus on. And after we have started a family, after we can take risks in introducing certain technologies, it's like a medical technology is indistinguishable from poison. You need to start your family before that. So we need to study the technologies that would stop aging. People like that will not become immortal. They will still have the risk of getting in an accident or dying of some disease or trauma. But our chances of getting in other diseases as we grow age is doubled with every 10 years. And this process needs to be stopped. And that's when people will be able to gather new experience and be productive, staying within the same physical shape. That's the future we want to get into. And if we think even further than that, after this demographic transition is over in 3 or 4 generations, things are going to be good. The moles will stop being aging, and people will be using the same technology not to age. But what's going to happen to us and to our grandchildren will be dependent upon what we are going to decide now, collectively. If people close their eyes and follow the other blind people into the abyss, trying to get the longer life without dealing with the age, will take us into the future we don't want to be in. But those who want to stop aging and prioritize cost on that, because we don't want to be in a society that's dominated by invalids. For that, we need to do outreach, we need to do awareness raising, and we need to work with the investors. And of course, you need to be a visionary and investor. And they want to do the right things, because be afraid of what you want, because sometimes your wishes may come true. We are at that critical juncture where we want the right thing.
Yes, thank you very much. I do agree with you, and I would like to get this word, build on this word that we would want. Do you want to? It is a fact. Up to what age, approximately, you will be able to reach? That will not be such a huge figure. And you have a great idea that in 100-year-old can have a full-fledged, healthy life, and that there are some stereotypes in the society that says that it's not real. So our outreach efforts should focus not only on technologies and health care and staying fit, but we need to change the mentality to make sure that we do not limit ourselves. And as Peter said, that we would want to live longer. Yeah, actually, I'm a radical here. I'm for radical extension of life, going up to forever, living forever. So we're talking about the paradigm shift. In the society currently, it is a norm that we die from aging. But if, for example, in 19th century, I would say that humans will go to space, people would think me crazy. And in a couple of hundreds of years, this aging problem will be resolved, maybe fully. Will we be witness to this resolution? I do not know. Well, Piotr said 3 or 4 generations. That's quite sad, but, well, what can we do? I think everything is in our hands. I mean, we have some limiting factors that do not allow us to test these therapies. There is quite a lot of molecules on the market that can be repositioned, so they have showed that they're safe, but we just use them for diseases. And in our example with the capillary network, that's just one factor where we can update people, upgrade people, and rejuvenate them, preventing some big problems to happen. And if we take these therapies from the shelf and start using them based on age and some age indicators and accelerate this process, maybe that might happen, and we'll be able to witness that, and we will save our parents from dying and ourselves from dying. So maybe I think the audience has to ask the question, what is their priority? What is the most important thing for them? If it's life that can give us everything, then maybe you should also contribute to speed up this process. Building on that idea, Stanislav, I really liked your idea here. One of your philosophical idea is this is my favorite philosophical idea. You cannot live for 400 years if you live like a 70-year-old. The psychological health is related to the to losing the goal of your life and the sense, the idea of your life. How do we need to address that? The ultra-centenarians who live for more than 110 years are very diverse. They have different genetics, they have different climates, different race, different diets, so it's many things are different, but there's one thing that unites them all. They are socialized. They do need to go outside their home every day. They have some goal, some service. So saving these cognitive abilities and understanding your value in the world is the thing that unites everyone who can live a long life. If we cannot resolve the problems with our mental health, if we cannot control it, we cannot extend the lifespan of the people. While we do not have all other technologies, we need to focus on that, because even if we have these, we cannot extend these people's life, you know. So living up to 400 years, well, but can you imagine how many ideas can you cram in the life or that is 400 years old? That's quite a lot. And now, there were a couple of questions in the chat, so I'll ask one question. The key answer to any question is the end-to-end, full-fledged approach. But if we're talking about ensuring our efficiency and saving our cognitive abilities and our functionality, you are 40 or 50 or 30 years old. Can you name one thing that you should do already today that is scientifically proven to lead to a good result in the future? Piotr, let's start with you. What do you do? Well, not to give the standard advice about smoking and food and diet. The social status for people is very important. It is very much related to your mental health. So please make sure that your mental health is safeguarded. It will help you not only for material success. And you, Anna? Two things. Think and read about longevity therapy, because if you know something about the world, about the world of longevity, you know where to move forward and how to move forward. And, you know, not many people look at their HRV, heart rate variability. It shows you the balance of sympathetic and parasympathetic system. And there is an app that helps you to breathe properly and to look at your biological feedback and how you change that heart rate variability. Because, well, stress is something that is with us. It's something that is inevitable in your life. Goes down with age, by the way, very significantly. Well, Piotr said that we should not mention some things like trivial things like smoking in sports, but sports it helps to increase the neural traffic factor release that protects our brain. So it's not only for sports and activity. Sports activity is not only about muscles. It's about and heart. It's about brain. As for the biohack, I would be unorthodox really, but I would talk about lithium in water. In areas where there's a lot of lithium in water, in these areas there's less likelihood of dementia and suicides. And lithium is contained in the mineral water, and this is it has small contents of lithium. But I'm not a doctor, I cannot recommend you that, but these are the quantities that your body might be able to process. We have just a couple of minutes. Maybe we should spend them on thinking about longevity and about all of the other things that we can do. Oh, yeah, by the way, I forgot, and because I wanted to ask you to help me, any session as people that stand behind the scenes, and there are 2 people behind the scenes of this session. This is Vasily and Nika. A round of applause for them. We were debating very hard to make this session. We were debating with them. Anyway, thank you so much for this fantastic and outstanding session.
Спасибо огромное, друзья. Ну,
thank you very much, friends. Not many people remained, but those who remained would have an absolutely mind-blowing dessert, because we are going to pamper you here. As guys are taking the furniture, I would kind of lead you to this discussion. Okay, people are living for 150 or 170 years, whatever, and we have a lot of time to create, to do something. And obviously here, we need to have a vision, right? We need to have a vision to see something. And the vision is going to be the topic that we are going to discuss today. Our next session is called Vision as a Fundamental Technology of Creators. Yep, that's the name. A visionary is not only about businesses, but about the arts and movies. So I think business is creativity. You know, I'm a bit of a businessman myself. I was doing creative work in a traditional sense of the word, but as I started my own company, I understood that this is creative work, for sure. And that means that the visionary approach is applied to businesses, first and foremost, because this is a creative process. Please use your headphones for simultaneous interpretation. It is my great pleasure to welcome the great American filmmaker and producer and the winner of 3 Oscar prizes, Oliver Stone, and the general producer of Oko Online Cinema, Gavril Gardiev. Hello. Good evening. Good evening. Hi, everyone. Friends, it is my pleasure to welcome you on this critical event. You know, I mean, we have done a lot of work by the end of the day, and the topic is pretty challenging as we think about it. Vision, you know, it's very hard to put it into words, really, because a vision is, I mean, usually we think that vision is for creatives. You know, it's as if it is something that you cannot grasp, you cannot perceive. This might be a talent or some quality that you're born with. You know, this quality of seeing the future. But, you know, it's pretty, you can understand how it works. You can explain that. A vision can be like a tool. And the further we move within this information space, the further we go into the future. We understand that vision is a prerequisite, is a required tool that you should not only use, you should not only find the person who can manage the vision, but it is something that you should develop within yourself, especially if you do creative work, even if it is related to business. Because by creating a business, you are creating it, you are creators, because you think it up, you imagine it. And when we talk about the vision as a tool, we have an interesting definition that is pretty clear. My friend gave it to me. He is one of my best friends, and this is GigaChat. So I started to find some words, but GigaChat put it in simple words. He said that vision as a fundamental technology for creators refers to the ability to clearly envision the final result of your creative work, even before the process of creating this artwork or project or idea begins. So this is the skill that gives you the opportunity to have an idea, the idea that shocked you, because anyone can have this aha moment, this eureka moment, and it might be the same idea even, and no one has the right to claim that idea unless we start to materialize it. As we start to materialize it in words, putting it in words, and then we create files, the PDF files, Excel spreadsheets. So this is where we have the right to possess this idea. And these are the processes, really. This is something that we try to work on to materialize an idea, but the idea behind the vision is that you have not even started to realize the idea, but you feel it that way. You have an intuition that you try to grasp the final result, the outcome of the idea materialization, and you might think that this is a miracle. You have to be a futurologist. It's not possible. You have to be a sci-fi writer, sci-fi author, or you have to be very strategic to fantasize this vision of the future, and to think about the possible outcome of your business or creative project or your personal project or goal. It seems to be impossible, but it can be trained. How do you do that? You should be open and sincere. You might have your own methods for that. I can talk about that from the perspective of creating a TV series or some other creative projects that I engage in personally. And recently I have appreciated the fact that you cannot really put it in theoretical terms. Only on practice we can use that and apply that to our business, to our work. This is how we can shape the models of the vision. We have a unique opportunity now, because I wanted to just lead you to this fantastic discussion that we are going to have, because we are going to discuss the vision that we are going to use in our business and creative projects. And we will have films as an example. We have a unique guest. Oh, you know Oliver Stone, right? Yeah. Why do you love Oliver Stone? What is your favorite film? Okay, there are various films that you have mentioned. Yes, he has won 3 Oscars. I do not know what films is he proud about the most. I'm not going to dive into details on that with him, but his way is non-trivial. His journey was non-trivial, and this is someone who goes against the tide very often, and sometimes he is not in line with the information and media agenda, and he goes contrary to the trends, and I think he has never lost. We're going to connect him very soon. But if you analyze his projects, I think there was absolutely no thoughtless decision made. When he was launching projects, he was decisive and totally aware, and there were some specific results. I mean, we can give a lot of examples. So we will try to talk with him about that. Maybe we will try to inspire ourselves. It is my great pleasure to be a part of this discussion because, well, that's a totally unique opportunity to talk with Oliver Stone. This is a fantastic figure for the entire film industry. And if you look at his bio, I'm not going to delve in details. You will be able to read that later. But it is a it's a great journey. No project, no movie, based on what we know, has been created with this wishy-washy approach. Everything is very deep. Everything is made sure to dive deep into details. That goes for the movies as well as for documentaries. And me as a creative person, I recommend you, the business people, the creators of new businesses and startups, and I recommend the investors to have the same attitude to the businesses, because if we change that attitude to the businesses and we start to behave with our businesses as we behave with artwork, it will be fantastic. It will give us absolutely fantastic results. So, some other things that I would like to mention is that the film industry, I mean, it's easy to talk about businesses using film as an example.
For many, cinema is a business, or movie making is a business, but business stops being profitable and effective the moment you forget about art per se. Forget about it completely. This is an amazing threshold that you need to be mindful of. Some people believe that movie making is a business, but at the same time it is based on art that should be topical, sincere, that is based on ideas, that needs to be informed by vision, and you need to understand what's going to happen. Joining us is Oliver Stone. Let's give it up for him. Good morning, Oliver. Probably not so many people have ever been at your breakfast so early. And let's check. Can you hear us? But we don't hear it.
You don't hear me?
We hear you. We hear you. We hear you. Everything is fine. Thank you very much for agreeing to have this dialogue with us. And here we have a huge number of young people who are involved in doing business, who are investors, who are creating new types of businesses, new forms, startups, who launch creative projects. And of course, for all of them, as I said in my earlier introductory part, it is important to learn from the experience that exists in cinema, because it's emotional and motivating. It's incredibly pleasurable for us to meet with you. It's a great honor. And I would like to find out from you in the first question, what is the journey of a director and an entrepreneur? We believe that these two careers are similar. A director, as a developer, acts as the developer of a new business, as a new creator, but he's doing this more creatively than an entrepreneur. And we need to draw a line. We need to understand, do you need to have creative approach in business, and does the businessman needs to be creative? Can we really compare a director with a business owner?
Well, partly yes, but you have to keep in mind that when you create a business, it can last a lifetime, and you can profit off that business. A film doesn't last that way. It goes out of circulation eventually, and it's a one-time affair. And each time you make a movie, you have to start over in the sense of financing it, distributing it, and realizing it. So it's not the same that way. A director has to start how many startups in his lifetime? I've done 20 feature films and about 12, 13 documentaries. Each time you got to start up from finance it. You understand it's not like, unless you're a highly successful businessman, you can't survive on your artistic talent alone. So it's a fly-by-night operation too. You know, each business you start up, you open an office, you open a whole new set of people. You work on it for 1, 2, 3 years, and it's over. It goes into distribution. It belongs to the world and the copyright holder. The copyright holder is always a businessman or a studio. In this case, in Hollywood anyway, because Hollywood movies cost money.
Thank you. But what you have been saying sounds, I mean, when you are describing the role of a director, I would say that the movie directors are the most successful start-uppers. Well, there's a reason I'm saying this. The director can do this many times over their lifetime, and the business person only does it once. So your experience is even more important for business people than otherwise. But there is one topic that is related to this. You mentioned the businessman starts an office, and you work for some time on a business idea, but before you open an office as a businessman, you would need to find investment. And it's probably similar to how you do it in cinematography, in movie making, when you need to start thinking about the movie, when you've come up with an ingenious artistic idea that would be really so important for all the viewers. But then you have to do this, you know, going to someone to get the money in your career. That is a long career. How often did you make decisions that you would go looking for investors? What are the paths that you would use to look for investment? Or did you use agents? Of course, if you would say now to me that you want to make another feature movie, I would be the first one to come to you with money. But how was it at the beginning of your career? Please share that with us.
Well, you don't have any money to give me. I mean, I don't think you'd invest in a movie. These are corporations in America. Generally speaking, you make deals. You can make a long-term deal, you make a short-term deal. But it's never easy in the sense of getting the money, because everybody becomes a critic, everybody becomes a judge. They read the script. Let's say you write a script. I'm a writer-director, so I present them with a script, I say, I want to accomplish this, and they'll say, well, this is not commercial, or this is I've seen this before. It's a repetition. That's always the greatest issue, is it fresh? Is it new? And sometimes the perception of reality and what's new and what isn't new is off. Sometimes it's on. It's a fly-by, as I said to you, it's a gypsy's business, a gypsy. You have to have the mentality of a gambler, a bit of a gambler, and you have to say, listen, I spent 2-3 years on this and it didn't work out. That happens a lot. Unless, of course, you're very, very successful, and I can point to several directors who've solved that issue because they make movies that are highly respected for a while, and then eventually the popularity drops off, the movie's life ends, and things get forgotten. The memory is very poor in many cases. So, you know, for example, I made let's say, respected and commercial movies for about 10 years, and I got exhausted in 1990. Actually, I went about 15 years up until about 2000, and then, you know, I was pretty tired making one film a year, and I took 4 years to make the next one, and it slowed down, but I kept going. I made film after film in a way over 3 years instead of 2 years or 1 year. But, you know, there's no question that exhaustion sets in, and as well as your mind. You know, you're fresh for so long. That's not to say I don't feel fresh, but sometimes you develop as a person into an older mature, man, and you see things differently. You see things differently. So when you talk about marketing a film, certain people respond, well, I don't. Marketing is the most boring subject in the world. You go to college, you go to all these places, business schools, ethics. You study marketing, but I'm not sure that works unless you're purely in the distribution business. In fact, I remember back in NYU Film School, back in the 69, 71 period, many of the students went there with the idea of making money, this is a business. That was their attitude. Many, not all. There were those who wanted to make films, who had expressions to make as an artist. Of course, I was very lucky because one of my instructors was Marty Scorsese. And he always emphasized to us the sacredness and the uniqueness of film. He was a student of film aesthetics, and he taught us that and made us respect it, those people who listened.
These are excellent words. Let's give Mr. Stone a round of applause, because this really dovetails well with the fact that movies is about respecting art and respecting the viewers, and empathy that you show towards your viewers. And if you talk about, let's say, the Russian cinematography, you don't see that very often, at least at some stage. But that has become a trend, when people are now realizing that cinema is not just a way to communicate with people. It's a dialogue. It's a relationship with the viewer. And respected movies are important, and reputation is important. I agree. And when you create a respected project, you are respected, you are treasured. They want to see more of your projects, artistic and business or commercial ones. But as soon as you misstep, or you fail at some point, or the ratings on some of the services are dropping, the same loyal audience would very quickly start criticizing and condemning you, saying that, well, that director isn't who he used to be at one point. And that affects many directors and producers. And most importantly, this is also somehow related to the business side. The complacency that businessmen sometimes feel, and that also applies to artists. And I'm not talking about the fatigue. I'm talking about even that's what I call the complacence. That's what drives the business to deteriorate.
Fashions change. For example, you have to look at the United States in a certain light. Things changed after 2001 for my audience. America became a different country. All of a sudden we had new laws, we had new fears, there was a threat, we thought, to our system, and we became more and more defensive. Therefore, films which criticized the system, parts of the system, like my films did, became difficult to market. For example, military films, for example, changed completely. If you remember, I made 3 Vietnam films, I made a Salvador film, I was always interested in the subject of war and peace. And the concept of America as a military fortress changed. And I don't think for the better. I think it became much more paranoid and much more harsh in the wars we had in the Middle East. So life changes. That's part of the change. I mean, you cannot change that. You cannot foresee that. Movie studios came, went, independent companies rose, dropped off. Very difficult to make long-term profit in the film business, frankly. And the American one is probably the busiest of all in terms of volume. But consider, for example, Europe. Consider the French industry. They had a subsidy to support their filmmakers, a serious subsidy. So the filmmakers would keep going with government support. They didn't have to worry about investors the same way. And some people would argue, well, that makes the French industry more rigid, it gets old. You could argue that, but if you're a Frenchman, you don't go to the movies to see a new idea all the time. You go to the movies to sit there, relax, enjoy yourself, and you see some repetition of an idea and you don't mind it. For example, the Western and certain comedies, they revive themselves. People are not always looking for the next thing because it's almost impossible constantly to surprise me. How many movies came out a year? 100, 200 in America, 300 sometimes. You can't have 300 fresh movies. But you can entertain the audience and you can enjoy films. Film is not always necessary to be art. Film can be an enjoyment, something you're familiar with, that you return to, like a Western.
Thank you very much. That's great information for our start-uppers here, which is one shouldn't be afraid of repetition. When we start with a business idea, and then we see something that has already been done somewhere, and we decline that, that's probably a wrong approach, because there's always this understanding when you're doing something, you understand why you're doing this, who you're doing this for, at what point in time you're doing this, how much effort you exert, and even if that has happened.
Every single filmmaker I know has, to some degree, the art of imitation. Imitation is flattery in a sense. I learned from other people. Our tradition of filmmaking is built on what we learned from other generations. We build on it. And so it's very good to have an idea of what went before. You need to know, you need to educate yourself, I believe, not only in film, but in life, in politics, in experience. As you get older, you change. You become either more insightful or sometimes less.
These are good words. Also, you are talking about the fact that fashions change, trends change, and external factors influence cinematography and movie making. And if we are to talk about business, business is also influenced by external factors. But if we look at your art, we can see that you are sometimes going against the trend, against the tide. You are creating things that you use your vision to predict things that might happen later, not right away. But once you've implemented a certain idea, you would see that it may at some point see a breakthrough. And I believe that your JFK movie is unique. You've created an alternative history in that movie. And
because no one had before. I mean, I'm sorry, there had been films about that, but they were not as well executed as I believe JFK was. I went full out with it because I believed it. I didn't have a problem. I studied it, I did research, and many people think I got it wrong, but I still believe in the movie and that theory. And I think the problem has been, again, the government has fought it all away. There's been no new investigation really done on this case. They won't allow a serious investigation, and that presents a problem of government control of the media, which is a serious business. It's another subject matter, and I don't know if I should go into it here, but there's definitely a censorship that exists in every single country. In France, you couldn't talk about the Algerian war for a long time. You couldn't talk about Indochina. England has certain sensitivities, certainly. I think the only country that I feel like there's no censorship is Italy.
Well, I think it's not just in France they subsidize movie making. In Russia, they provide subsidies, and in many other countries, they do too. A lot of money is invested.
Not as big as in France. And it's in France, they've done a very good job over many years of holding their budgets down. so people can make movies still. In America, as you can see, there has been a huge inflation over the years, and it costs millions and millions of. Yeah, I mean, there are movies being made now for $100 million. It should really be about 60 or 50 or 40 million dollars. But the prices, the inflation has been awful. To distribute a movie now, market it. That's the word, marketing. A word I detest. Cliche. Whenever you have to go to a marketing meeting as a director, you're really bored, but you have to do it because it's part of the game. But, well, there are certain cliches in this business that I really hate. I wrote down a couple of them myself. Cliche, things that you hear all the time.
На заметку я прям...
Well, I'll take this down. If the director starts doing marketing, that means that he's bored, right?
No, it's part of the, you have to do it to be aware of it. They have all these kind of mathematical percentages. This subject matter, you know, test screenings, they give you, if you do test screenings with people, they have marketers who go there and they watch every eyelash, every eyelid, if there's a moment of boredom, they'll tell you, blah, blah, blah. You know, the words are, what are they there? Trying to stay relevant, trying to stay relevant is, I probably heard more than anything. But what is trying to stay relevant? You have to make your own rules as to what's relevant. People might not think that's relevant because you're pointing out something that is outside their domain of thinking. So I've always been resistant to that cliche, is he relevant? Well, you're an idiot if you say that because you should pay attention to what's in front of you, not what you think it should be. And also another thing is mainstream. The word cliche, mainstream. Do you go mainstream? Well, some of the best directors are not mainstream. And do you think Orson Welles, when he did Citizen Kane, was thinking, or Mr. Anderson, was thinking about being mainstream? No.
А что вы скажете на тему того, что кино...
And what would you say that the films should deliver some value, some benefit to the people, and the viewer should have the aftertaste that they did not spend time in vain? So entertainment is good. I mean, if I watched some comedy film that really made me laugh, that's some benefit. But overall, talking about the education based on the movies, some value. Do you think that movies should educate us in a way, or do you think it's another cliche?
Well, that's inherent. If it's an interesting movie, generally speaking, there's an educational value, but you don't think about it. People go to the movies to enjoy, to be entertained, to relax. They don't want to read a scientific book. They don't want to feel challenged. And that's always been kind of an edgy issue for me, because I've made movies with a lot of facts, like you mentioned JFK, but you got to think about Nixon. You got to think about movies like Snowden, which is my last movie, which is very complicated. Snowden goes into all the computer world and shows you how this thing works, how surveillance works, and its dangers too. That's I think it's one of my best movies, but Snowden was not popular because of what he did. And I paid the price, as he did, for making a movie that challenged what they thought was patriotic or not. To me, he was not only a patriot, he was a hero. And a lot of people didn't agree.
Thank you very much. I would like maybe to go back to the fact that in Russia there is a trend that every startup, every business creator, including the business creator in working in movies, every producer who is creating new movies or want to create new movies, they have to, unfortunately, or maybe thankfully, to have skills from various professions. And so if you're a film director, you should not do marketing, you should not do music or producing work. You know, sometimes filmmakers and producers and the startups that are present here, they have to get all the skills, combine all the skills. Sometimes, not often, they have the team members specializing in that. So, how to be about that as a professional? Do you need a team, or do you have to multitask? A multitasker who can write scripts, who know marketing, who can work as an operator, who is a film director, and who is a main actor as well. For us startups, it's a very important topic because, I mean, we do many things by ourselves. So what do you think about that?
I think it's a contradiction. You have to be a jack of all trades. And at the same time, you have to be concentrated and specialized in certain things. And that includes building drama, knowing you don't have to know how to write, because in film you can get a writer to help you. And they're very good writers, by the way. So film tends to, in the old days anyway, specialize. And for example, in the old days, a director did not finish the movie. It was edited for him by the producer with a good editor that the director approved of, and the editor did the work. But that was in the old days, and in those times there was a more conventional approach to editing. Now editing has become very creative, very original, as you may know, and it's each movie takes a shape in the editing that gives it a style and a feeling. It's crucial. I can't give you a straight answer because I guess it's a contradictory answer. Part of you has to be collective and part of you has to be individual. Now, in a business, I wish I had run some businesses. I love the idea of having a laundry, for example. Oh, God almighty, people always need laundry. They always need food. They don't need a movie. It makes life a lot easier if you have a bunch of laundries and they're working overnight while you're sleeping, you're making money. Okay, that's great. It's a fantasy for me. I never achieved that in my life. I never tried to. I was always hung up on my on the concept of creating something new, something different, and that can be a drawback.
Well, it's not a drawback as for now, and this is something that motivates me and inspires me. Just a quick question. Once in a lifetime, have you faced a situation when you wanted to go outside of the movie industry to surprise people with something else, totally different?
Yeah, well, I did several times. For example, Natural Born Killers, I did right after Heaven and Earth. Heaven and Earth was a classic movie about Vietnam and about very beautiful picture of the countryside. A narrative that was a true story. Natural Born Killers was a fiction, and it completely out of time, it was not literal at all. It was metaphoric, and it was a satire, which was misunderstood, but a satire nonetheless. And so it was quite different in style. And then I did so many different types of movies in terms of style. For example, I did a football movie about sports, which was very challenging, very difficult to pull off at that time. And I've done crime films. I like crime films. I made 3 of them. Savages, Natural Born Killers, and U-Turn, which was quite different.
Но это всегда были...
But these were the outstanding ideas in the movie industry. But have you ever wanted to do something else outside of the movie industry, you know? Like maybe opening up a laundry?
You know, I invested back in the 1980s, I invested in Geron, which was a stem cell company, right? And stem cells were going to be the future. I was very excited about it because, you know, that would have been a big money maker. At the same time, it would have helped humanity. It didn't conflict. However, the United States under George Bush, who was not the brightest president we've ever had, but they banned stem cells for religious reasons. I don't know about Russia, but certainly in other countries that are enlightened, they were never banned, and they're still available to people. But there's no question that they're coming back. So I was about 20, 30 years too early. Make sense?
Круто, круто.
Fantastic. Yeah, absolutely fantastic that you have some business ideas as well outside of the movie ideas. I have a question that might seem simple, but it might be interesting from the personal perspective, because every one of us, everyone who creates a business or an artwork, we are humans, and at some point in time you want to dive deep in yourself and find this resource in yourself, within yourself. How do you come up with an idea? How do you materialize that? How do you not lose track of this idea? In one of your interviews, I read a story about the fact that you helped your daughter to regain her passion for drawing. She stopped drawing, although she was passionate about it, and you just basically forced her to remove the gadgets and not communicate so much with her friends. This is how I read it in the interview. But it's like in the interview it was said that you forced your daughter to concentrate and to remove all distractions, and she regained her passion for drawing. So as people, as humans, do we need to sometimes forego something, to restrict some of the factors to build this vision within ourselves, to materialize our idea? And this goes for the business people who create something from scratch. Do you need to find these ideas in solitude, or you need to have constant brainstorming sessions with your colleagues, or to have pitches and talking about your ideas? What helped you? And yeah, about the daughter story, is it true?
Yes, it's true, but it didn't really work. My daughter still resents me for that.
Okay, understood.
You know, it's being a tiger dad, I guess. But I've always admired the Asians because they really raise their kids in a tougher way than American children are raised. I partly grew up in France, so it was an older system, and the French schooling was tough, as it is in Germany and England, much tougher than in the U.S. We spoil our children to a large degree, and that's not everybody. Some people are poor and they can't afford it, but that's why the children who come from poorer families are more motivated in many cases than people who come from well-off families. My daughter hated me for it. I made her stay in. She always used to be on the phone. Oh, God, I hate the phone. You know, all parents know what this problem is. Always on the phone. Computers came in, you know, and she was too distracted. She didn't do her homework on time, and the school was complaining. They said, you know, she's got to be more efficient here. And she was always late, for example. So, it was a problem, and I cracked down, and it didn't work because the more I cracked down, the harder it became. She hated me for a while. Now she likes me, but she worked out okay. She's not wasting her time on social media. She uses it well. But I can't write books about raising children because it's not my forte. It's so complicated. I had 3 of them, and each one is different. Each boy and girl is different. That's all. I respect variety, and I respect different interests.
Oliver, thank you very much. I have 5 kids, and I cannot write a book about upbringing children. I will never do that because these kids are actually educating me. Thank you for sharing that personal story. I have a very important question that is a priority right now for business people and for the creators. This is technologies. Technologies that every day become wilder than our fantasies. As AI develops, we try to either get into the hype or we try to apply it somewhere. But I mean, we have seen that before. We have seen some disruptive technologies before, but the AI is just developing so quickly. And from the point of view of the modern world, this information space is just being inflated with some new information. And AI, the same with AI, you know, because every time it gets some new features and tools and capabilities. What is your attitude towards that? In this situation, how can you leverage the technology on the one hand and on the other hand still remain a human creator?
It's a very interesting question, but I can't give you an answer because we don't know where it's going. And anybody who says they do cannot guarantee that statement. I've explored AI on film. I've tried. We have been using it for years in the terms of digital artificial intelligence has been working for us. However, AI is a new format in the sense that it doesn't work yet for film. It works for TV and smaller video images. But the quality is not there to make a 35 negative. You understand? It's just not up to it yet. That doesn't mean it's going to change in the next couple of years, and I've explored that because it saves money. And obviously, to save money on making a film, the problem is when you start to save money, everybody else jumps on it. So before you know it, the studios say, "Well, we're not going to make any more money with that because everyone else is doing the same thing." That's the problem. Competition drives out the profit. Competition is always undercutting another business, and you'd have that same problem in business. How do you keep improving at the same time making a profit? Every businessman will tell you that's the hardest thing in the world, especially in a competitive market, unless it's, and you can say that much of business is still rigged. It's fixed. Certain companies, they kind of agree on a fix at a price. That happened in the old days, it happens today. So this is a very complicated question. And how AI interfaces with that, I can't tell you. I think you have to really be I would say to you, if you can make entertainment and entertain fantasies and put that on film, you're going to make a lot of money. Yes. Look at, for example, Avatar is the biggest grossing film of all time. Avatar 1 and 2. But they're very inventive, and they used a form of AI. So yes, it should be explored.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just one more question that I just have to ask. And, you know, maybe it would be great to just learn from you as a creative and a unique creator. We do respect you very much, and you in your artwork, and you say you're very modest about your movies. You say that some movies did not deliver as you expected. But in Russia, the Russian population do love you and your art. And when my friends learned that I'm going to have an interview with Oliver Stone, they just changed all their plans and came here. And this is fantastic. And we do thank you for being with us today. And thank you for your great interview. I have a short question, but maybe it will require a broader answer. What do you see in the future? How do you see the future of the social value and that people in various countries in the world, what they should save, what they should maintain? What, I mean, to your opinion, do we have to think about something to make sure that we're united and not disunited?
You're asking about the world, the state of the world. I think the old formulas still work. If you remember correctly, Marco Polo is a hero of mine. He went to, he was a Venetian, and he went out to the Orient with his family, his father and his uncle. And Marco Polo had a series of adventures over many years, and he basically opened China And he opened China by bringing trade to the West. Trade, common sense, peace, trade treaties, negotiation works. It's always worked for the best. That's why I'm a little bit worried about the United States, because they don't negotiate anymore. They seem to have a peremptory attitude about tariffs and so forth. It's not the way out of this thing. The way is to communicate and to have common sense. Russia, in my belief, has always been interested in peace. Peace is crucial because you went through such a horrible experience in World War II that you learned a lesson. And that lesson needs to be imparted to all countries. And right now, I'm very concerned that a new generation of leadership does not understand what peace means. They do not understand what peace means. So above all, I emphasize that, and that's why I've gotten myself into trouble, because I'm trying to, I believe in Russia, the United States, China, Iran, all of them can be partners, and there's no reason not to be partners. I feel strongly about that, and I've devoted much of my life to that, and I will continue to. It's the most important thing we have, to maintain relations. Marco Polo is a hero.
Thank you so much. It was absolutely fantastic to talk with you, and that you remembered about the Second World War and our participation in the Second World War as we mark the 80-year anniversary of the war. It's very important for us that you value our contribution to the winning, and it was a fantastic talk, and I think that you inspired everyone. Will we be able to apply that in our startups and our businesses? But I think that it is a great inspiration. I wish you all the luck and the health. A round of applause for this great talk and our great speaker.
Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. That was Oliver Stone, the legend. Especially for you, I hope that you learned a lot of lessons here. And to wrap up our meeting, I would like to just reiterate that you should not be afraid and shy in looking at your creative approach, because some people think that business people should not be creative. You have to be calculated and cold, but the laws of creation of businesses and laws of creation of artwork, they intertwine and they reflect each other, and that's very valuable to get the experience from various industry. I have many times looked at businesses that are not in any way related to filmmaking and creative industry. And I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot from Sber and other areas, and I use that in TVs, in movies and TV series. Have a great evening. Subscribe to Oko, and all the best.
Thank you to you, Gabriel. That was a great talk and great discussion. How are you feeling? It's as if I've talked to a dad. A very warm conversation with a father, and again, using the Zoom feature. Thank you. And dear friends, would like to thank Gabriel and Oliver for such an interesting discussion. I would also like to thank our sponsors, without whom this forum wouldn't have been possible. This summit, I mean, Cloudru, general partners, provider of cloud services and AI technologies. VK, the largest commercial company, products and services of VK help millions of people solve online daily works, and 90% of Russian internet sector are using it. Our national partner, Sbertech, flagship solutions that are offered by it. The platform V, the platform for creating business solutions, is what is being used. And that's for creating business applications of any difficult. GetVerse, AI first platform to work with the all-in-one code approach, and a tech company that develops a system of lifestyle services for private individuals and businesses through a mobile application and digital services. And as part of its ecosystem, we have the T-Bank. And if you have forgotten any of your things, if you've lost something On the third floor, at the information booth, there is an individual who may have been given the things that you may have lost. If you've lost something, go to that individual. So we'll see you again tomorrow. We're going to have a very packed agenda tomorrow. We're going to have an award ceremony. It's going to be so amazing that it'll blow your minds, and we'll look forward to tomorrow. We'll have a focus on the culture of creativity. There will be a show of unicorns, deep dive into deep tech, and we'll talk about how to make cooperation stick, and we'll talk about the pitches. We'll also discuss with the Nobel Prize winner, and we'll talk about the best startups. I'll personally monitor their progress. And this is just happening on this stage, and there is 4 more stages. I don't know how you can do this. And I would like to thank all of you who have stayed until the very end in this room, and those who watched us from the morning or joined us later online. We really love and we feel your presence. We'll see you tomorrow, and see you tomorrow. Bye.